folks to take their seat. We'll get started in 1 minute. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Welcome to day 5. Okay, some folks in the gallery already heard this. We're starting off the day with a dad joke to get us going. What do you call a snowman in the summer? A puddle. For anybody watching online, there was lots of cheering for that joke. All right. Okay, with that, we are to Councillor Mancinelli on his amendment for Massey Pool. And he had spoken to it yesterday, so now we will move to questions from... I think you had about 35 seconds left, so I can go to you just for a brief kind of synopsis, and then we'll move to questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, appreciate the mayor's attempt to make people smile. I feel horrible right now, like the Grinch talking about closing a pool. Not something I look forward to doing, but I see it was on the list of cuts. Realizing the age and the state of the asset, I believe there's a high risk that it won't open even if we make this investment because it's at the end of life. And with the pressures that there's budget and everything else, I don't think we should be spending towards something that we don't have confidence will make the opening just due to age and condition. Through the chair, that's why it's on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Okay, I'll go to questions from council members. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, you know, Hillsdale and Whitmore Park don't have a community center or a library. Massey Pool is a pretty important gathering place for that area. They pay taxes there, they contribute to the quality of life and to the pools and rec centers across the city. So we have to have their back. It's worth a few cents a month to keep Massey Pool open. It is true, in several years, that pool may be end of life and we might have to have a difficult conversation in 3 to 4 years. But for now and for this summer, particularly in this tax year, I think the least we can do for that part of our community is to support them as we're asking them to contribute to the broader city. I just have a couple of questions. Having been to Massey Pool in the summer and seeing some lineups, I guess through the chair to administration, do we do swimming lessons at Massey Pool? Is there any usage from the students at Campbell Collegiate? Maybe paint a picture for me of what the usage of Massey Pool is, particularly as it relates to that community there. Thanks.
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So we do run programs at Massey Pool. So of course there's the leisure swim, and then we do swimming lessons, the Toonie teen swim, and some leadership programming, as well as just lane swimming. And we've also have the lending library pilot project, and there are also school rentals. And Massey is the overflow space for user group rentals, so used fairly heavily in June and early July. So if the pool was closed, we would be redirecting those programs and residents to the rest of our pools. Again, I would say probably outdoor swimming lessons would be reduced overall, just from capacity. I would also add that since the opening of Wascana Pool, the attendance at Massey has gone down significantly. In 2022, we saw about 24,000 attendees at Massey, and in 23 and 24, it's been around 15,000. So it's gone down significantly since Wascana opened, but it is still, you know, a fairly actively used pool. In reference to the pool and its viability, we actually kind of hold our breath every year about whether we can actually get Massey Pool up and running, to the point where we make contingency planning for the programming that we may schedule at Massey. And I would ask Mr. Hansen could maybe fill in the gap in terms of why we hold our breath to make sure Massey will start up.
Go ahead, Mr. Hansen.
Sure, through the mayor. So yeah, as mentioned yesterday, the pool basin is in very poor shape and is subject to movement each year due to how it was constructed. So a lot of that movement results in significant cracking throughout the pool basin, and we spend a lot of time each spring when we determine how much movement has occurred in the off season, patching up those cracks and dealing with those as best we can. The movement also affects the piping, the pool water distribution piping, heading back to the pumps and filtration. And the heating system as well is at the end of its life. So getting parts to maintain that system is increasingly difficult, and we do our best to keep that going as well. But there's risk in the heating system, risk in the piping distribution, and risk in the pool basin.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I mean, I think it's clear that Massey Pool is a cautionary tale of not taking care of your assets. And I think this budget, in part, is about learning our lesson. Massey Pool also represents 0.3% of our budget. So again, like we're talking about several cents a month, the average homeowner. We look at Hillsdale and you know, the surrounding area. It's fine if you don't have the number handy. Hillsdale, Whitmore Park. What's the estimated sort of tax bill for that area, out of curiosity? Again, this is an area that doesn't have a library, a community center, right? These are folks we ask to pay their taxes to contribute to parks and community centers and pools across our city. Just curious if we have an estimation.
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, we don't have that available right now. If we wanted that information, we'd have to build it.
No, I just think in closing, it is clear that soon we're going to have to make a hard decision on Massey Pool. We don't have oceans and mountains. Not everyone has access to a cabin. There are a lot of people in that area that use Massey Pool, and I think the least we can do in a difficult tax year, when we're asking that area to contribute, is to see if we can't get another year or two out of Massey Pool, and we'll cross the bridge of closing Massey Pool when we come to it, not before we reach it. So I won't be voting for this.
Okay, Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair. You summed that up pretty good, Councillor Fro. Like Whitmore Park and Hillsdale, amenities are limited. Don't have a community center, don't have as many nice playgrounds as other parts of the city. We don't have, like I said, community centers, and I guess, I know the pool is end of life, but I think we keep it going. Just keep it going until it actually does end. Because that area doesn't have much. So it's like, you know, for community centers, we don't have, you got to go to high schools and stuff, and, you know, to hold meetings. You know, there's not even a spot like on Sunset on, you know, in I think Councillor Fro's ward, you know, a splash park. Like I don't think there's one in Whitmore Park or Hillsdale. Admin can tell me if there is. I don't know. No. So in terms of tax dollars, I'm sure that Whitmore Park and Hillsdale, we contribute quite a bit of tax dollars towards the city. Quite a bit. So I think that, like, you know, and I don't know what it is. When you say pennies a month, how much is that? In actual pennies. because I hear from other councilors talking about pennies. And I know I'm very frugal about not wasting money. And people have heard me say that. So what is the amount per month? Like if is it 220,000 or $250,000?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, so it would be 240,000 for 2026.
So what is that? I guess what does that equate to a month?
Mr. Black?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
through the chair, it's 15 cents a month for the average household.
So 15 cents. I think for the amount of tax dollars Whitmore Park and Hillsdale pay, I think 15 cents a month, they at least deserve that at minimum. Because we don't have many amenities in our area. People have been asking for a dog park. I know that. You know, in other areas of the city have dog parks. We don't have that either. So we should get something in return for the tax dollars we pay. So hopefully other councilors we'll keep it going because we know it will be end of life for sure. And I guess attendance going down could be attributed to maybe when the pool is shut down, if the water is cold, people aren't going to go. So I don't know how often it was shut down this year, for example, because I did see some red tape around the pool when I was driving by, because I drive by there all the time. So how often was it shut down this past year? Do we know the number of days it was shut down during the summer?
Yes, Mr. Hanson?
Through the mayor, I'm not sure how many days it would have been shut down once we were up and running, but I believe we did struggle to open it at the start of the season.
Yeah. And I think towards the end of the season, I drove by and there was, I don't know, some red tape. So I think it looked like it was shut down early as well. It looked like it to me. So.
Through the mayor, that may have been some work that we did following the closure to prepare for next season.
Like 10 seconds left, Councillor.
Okay, so if we've already put some money in, some repairs before closure, so I think if we already invested some money into it, maybe we should keep it going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I was interested in the fact that attendance did dip, but it is still significant. 15,000 is still a pretty big number. In a few years, we will have additional pool capacity in the city, but right now we don't. It's busy, busy, and busy everywhere. There may be a cost to maintaining Massey Pool right now, but the cost of it closing to the residents of Ward 1 and other wards, Wards 2 and 3 around that, is also very significant right now. And so we need to spend those dollars to maintain Massey Pool and keep it open, to keep that service available to the city, to the residents of the city of Regina. As a kid, my mom would give my older sister a few bucks and my little brother and I, we'd trundle off to the pool for the day. And it was safe, it was welcoming, it was a great place to spend those summer days at the pool. And I believe that's still required for the residents of Regina to be able to send their kids to the pool and have a fun day during the summer. I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, just a question to administration in terms of, you talked about the risks of it not being able to open. Given all of those issues that we've been having, is there a risk that this year would be the year that it shuts down? Or if not, is the cost that we're seeing on this budget, will we have budgeted predicting the necessary potential repairs, or are we going to see a lot more to try to keep it open?
Mr. Hanson, go ahead.
Yeah, through the mayor. So it is quite difficult to predict when we might see a failure in any of those systems that would prevent it from opening. We are seeing the movement and the cracking in the pool basin increase each year, and the movement in the basement increases each year. It's really tough to predict when we may have a significant enough movement that it would result in not allowing us to open. We are seeing our maintenance costs increase over time. We are reaching that point where we're going to have to make a decision or make a decision to invest or to look to close.
Okay, so had we not done this budget exercise, would this be something that you would have recommended to close based on that information? Like internally?
Yes, through the mayor. So we did have Massey identified for replacement through the 10-year rec plan, and funding was to begin in 2028 for the facility replacement.
Deb, I think. Ms.
Yeah,
Biden?
and I would just add that funding is no longer in the plan. That funding has been reallocated to the indoor aquatics facility.
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, our recreation master plan does identify that we have a lot of outdoor pools, and the goal in the recreation master plan is to get down to 2 to 3 outdoor pools. That may or may not happen, but so the replacement of Massey Pool is, would be questionable, I would say, moving forward.
Okay.
Or sorry, not get down to 2 or 3, but to close some of them, a couple of them.
Okay. That's much different.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair. Okay. So I think this has illustrated something that we've been talking about all week, this idea of what are we willing to give up to save our residents. For most of the things that we've tried to cut, it's been dollars or cents a month. And it looks like some of those matter to us, some of those we're willing to give up. This one is a tough one for me because the information that we're getting is saying it costs to maintain this, and we're having a hard time even opening it. But I do recognize Councillor Fro's point in terms of, it might be working for one more summer. The cost to our mill rate increase is not that significant. So I feel like we could be okay making it work one more summer and plan for the shutdown without having it to be done on the floor of council this way. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead. Oh, okay. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Radens. Go ahead.
Questions. The allocated 250,000, was it correct? How much does it, just in regards to that question, how much does maintenance cost currently for the pool? I know that you said it's based on whether it needs it or not, but how, over the last few years, how much have you been spending on maintenance, and is it over and above the allocation?
Mr. Hanson?
Yes, through the mayor, our maintenance costs over the last few years have ranged from 50 to 70,000 annually, and those that is in excess of the allocated maintenance budget for Massey Pool.
Okay, so then we're saying that, okay, so what's the math? Sorry, I'm just not that fast first thing in the morning. So 250 plus whatever that is. So we're over and above 300,000 per year to run this pool? Is that what I'm hearing?
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Ms. Burton, please.
Ms. Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, the $240,000 noted in Appendix M13 takes into account both the facilities maintenance cost, the staffing cost for lifeguards, as well as taking off the revenue that we take in from Massey Pool. So it's not just the facilities maintenance cost, it also takes into account the lifeguards who work at the pool and program it, and then the revenue that we take in for it.
Okay, so
So
that's, the allocation covers all of that.
It's the net
Okay.
result of that.
Okay, fair. Okay, thank you. And so the closest pool you said is Wascana, correct? Is that where, okay,
Ms. Bratton?
Through the chair, yes, that would be correct.
okay. And so I missed the number you had mentioned. It's currently 15,000 per summer or per season. What was it prior to that?
Through the chair, attendance in 2022 was around 24,000, and attendance in 23 and 24 has been around the 15,000.
Okay, and so how old is that pool?
Through the chair, I think it's like 60 years old. Jamie? 61 years old.
Well, that's not old at all.
Spring chicken.
Just saying. Anyway, okay, so if we're spending $50,000 to $70,000, that per year, and how long has that been going on for?
Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, through the mayor. So this is the day-to-day, what we would call, day-to-day maintenance, not the annual capital investment. So we would typically spend probably 30 to 40,000 traditionally 5 to 10 years ago in maintenance, and that's what's increased to the 50 to 70,000 per year currently.
So say over the last 10 years, give or take. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think this is going to be a very challenging discussion to have, specifically when you look at it, call a pool in a neighborhood. When I want to look at more of the analytics side of the equation, first of all, when we look at the lifespan of a pool, this one is 61 years old and it's still getting Band-Aid together. How old is the Lawson?
Sorry, who's going to answer that?
Anyone?
I think they're just looking up. Mr. Hanson, go ahead.
Through the mayor, it's just over 50 years old.
Okay, so is Lawson end of life, or could it put a Band-Aid on it to maintain it for a few
So,
years?
Councillor Beazle, we're talking about Massey Pool.
It's getting there.
Okay, I just want to make sure
We're going right towards Massey Pool.
Perfect, okay. Who'd like to answer that question? Mr. Hanson, go ahead.
Through the mayor, we would also place the Lawson in the end-of-life category towards the end of its life in the next 3 to 5 years.
Okay, thank you. So a pool lifespan typically is what we're saying is around 50 years till we get end of life. When you look at comparatives as well too, can you tell me about the, I'm looking at infrastructure. Now this is a bigger picture just on infrastructure and the state of infrastructure. What is the reliability of this pool? I'm not talking about when it's full of water and I'm jumping in, about what is the reliability of keeping it running?
Mr. Hanson?
Through the mayor, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, so I'll ask more questions pertaining to reliability. So if we look at reliability and the F1 car that we're producing and driving, how much does it break down? And what is the mean time to repair it?
Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, so through the mayor, the Massey Pool, we've not seen significant closure during the operating season, but there's significant effort and resources invested to get the facility up and running each season.
Okay, so when we talk about the effort to get it up and running, that's the mean time to repair. What do you call it, the mean time to repair this pool compared to a comparable asset? Another pool, call it. That's the mean time to repair. So if I go over here and it's gonna take me 1 hour, and I go over here, it's gonna take me 15 minutes, what's that differential?
Yeah, so through the mayor, I would say the effort to bring Massey Pool online each season compared to, say, Maple Leaf Pool, one of our newer outdoor facilities, is probably 3 to 4 times the effort and length of time.
That's good. What is the opportunity cost for putting that much effort into that resource versus the other resource? Is there other jobs you can be doing to maintain other areas of the town?
Mr. Hanson?
Through the mayor, yes, I guess from a deferred maintenance perspective, we have a significant amount of deferred maintenance that we could be reallocating these funds to and addressing in other facilities to extend their lifespan.
Okay. So would you characterize this, that we're putting a lot of time and resources onto this one asset, and by doing so, we're deferring assets all over the place that we're gonna run into reliability and increase our failure mode?
Through the mayor, I would say that's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much. So that answers a few questions on reliability. So I don't think we are driving the F1 anymore. Now, if you look at the total repair cost versus replace, if we look at this asset, and what would be the totalized repair cost versus the replace value? So if we get to take this pool and repair it, what is the total repair cost to bring it up to where it should be?
Mr. Hanson?
So through the mayor, if we use a replacement value of about 10 million, the deferred maintenance, or the FCI, is 68% on this facility. So we'd be looking at 6.8 million in deferred maintenance, and that would be required to bring it back up to like new, I guess.
Okay, so 6.8 million for like new, so it's 68 by the time we're actually done. It's probably a little bit more of a higher cost. So does this meet the threshold of a decommissioning?
Yes, through the mayor. So we would typically look at any facility with an FCI of 40% or greater. So where the deferred maintenance ratio to replacement value is 40% or greater, we would look at those facilities as either an opportunity for divestment or significant reinvestment.
Okay, so pretend I've never even heard of these terms before. Can you explain it like in a really clear English? Because I didn't understand what you meant by that one.
Sure. So through the mayor, we use facility condition index to compare the relative condition across our portfolio, and it's an industry standard. It's really comparing the amount of deferred maintenance to the replacement value. So in this case, Massey Pool would be rated at 68% FCI, which means that 68% of its value is in deferred maintenance. So if a facility has more than 40% of its value in deferred maintenance, we would consider it a candidate for divestment or reinvestment.
Okay, so threshold on this is 40%. We're at 68%, and we will go higher in the next year or two. Would that be correct to say?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Okay, so then instead of that $6.8 million, you're going to be approaching
About 20 seconds left.
a higher value. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it would likely increase about 2% each year.
Okay. You said there's a lot of movements and cracks. Does this thing leak water?
Go ahead.
Through the mayor, the ground conditions there We believe there's high water table there, so we do get a lot of water infiltration in combination with some leaking into the crawl space and into the mechanical room in the basement.
Okay, so can you clarify that? You got water leaking in and water leaking out?
Through the chair, we're not aware of any water leaking from the basin out into the soils around the pool basin. The water is leaking into the crawl space around the pool basin and into the mechanical room.
Okay.
10 seconds left, Councillor.
Time's up? I thought I had 8 seconds left.
10 seconds, I said.
Oh, 10 seconds, thank you. Can you tell me the effect of this water leak on concrete that's sitting in the ground, like where you're sitting at Massey Pool? What is the structural reliability of that concrete?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, in I guess in simple terms, it would be poor. It's contributing to the cracking that we're seeing in the basin and the increased risk of failure.
Okay, thank you. We'll have, if you have any further questions, Councillor Biza, we'll have the second round to go through as well. Okay, I've got Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so if we weren't talking about this today in the budget, what I want to clarify is, like, I understand the issues with the pool. Let's say this wasn't a line item as a potential cut. How would administration have dealt with these concerns? Would there have been a report to council coming this year? How would that process have worked otherwise?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't think there would have been a report coming to council this year.
I mean, sorry, I'm next year, but anyway.
Yeah. I think as we continue our work, as we see, you know, whether or not we can get it operational this year, that would certainly determine some things. And also we are doing a review of the recreation master plan, which might also help provide further direction on what happens with this particular pool.
When will that review be complete?
When will it be complete? I will refer that question to Ms. Burton.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, the review of the recreation master plan is a 2026 project pending budget approval.
Okay, and then will it be done, like if it's approved, will it also be done next year?
I believe the intent would be that it would be done by approximately Q2 of 2027.
Q2 of 2027?
Correct.
Okay, and so presumably then, at that time, if not before, we might get an update on here's where things are at with Massey Pool. I also would think that maybe it would talk about the state of the pool, and then also would you give a recommendation of what to do with it, with all of that information you'd be gathering?
Thank you. Through the chair. So the recreation master plan will help provide some direction, I would say, in determining how many pools the city should have, or how many outdoor spaces or spray pads or pickleball courts, or all of those things. So we know right now our recreation master plan already, the current plan already indicates that we should be decreasing the number of outdoor pools that we have. Mm-hmm. So I would say that the work that will come may say we need to decrease by more pools or maybe less pools. Mm-hmm. The state of Massey, I would say, is almost separate from the actual recreation master plan, because it is a facility that we have right now, and we are facing the pressures of that pool right now.
Will that plan address recreation needs in that area otherwise? So I guess setting aside that pool, well, not really setting aside the pool. We know that the pool either needs significant renovation at sometime soon, or it will be decommissioned. So what I wonder is, will the plan consider, hey, if this pool's decommissioned, and we don't replace it, how will we make sure that there are adequate recreational needs in that area? Will that be considered in that plan?
Through the chair, yes, I would say overarching the city in terms of what we need for recreation would be part of that plan.
Including like specific communities and making sure every community has, as equitable as possible, access to recreational facilities. Maybe not equitable, but that they're spread throughout the community.
Yeah, our strategy in terms of how we determine facilities will be outlined in that plan.
So I guess we don't know, but it is potentially possible. What was the cost, the total cost again, like for average resident to keep the pool open that's predicted right now? Can you remind me? Was it 20 cents?
I believe it's,
sorry.
so the total cost is 240,000. I think we said it was 15 cents. Mr. Black, am I correct?
Mr. Black, go ahead.
Through the chair, that's correct, 15 cents per month.
15 cents per month.
Mr. Anderson, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, sorry, through the chair, I thought I'd jump in here. Next year, so we've had a lot of good conversation around deferred maintenance. What would have been best practice is we would have $6 to $10 million sitting in a reserve somewhere because we've been collecting money over the last 60 years to replace the pool. And then we'd be having a conversation around when we want to actually replace the pool. In order to get there in the future, what our team has been working on and where we hope to get to next year is that the cost of this pool will be $440,000 because that's the true cost. We have to start putting away for the capital. We don't have the systems and processes in place to do that right now, but the true cost of this pool is $440,000 a year. And next year, hopefully we will have the processes in place where we will capture that extra $10 million roughly that we don't have in FAM, and we will start allocating that to assets so that we know the true long-term costs and we can assign the true capital costs to these assets. Now for this year, we don't have those systems in place. Hopefully we will bring that forward at some point to A&F and then through up to council next year. It's not an easy task. But I think I just wanted to step in and say, yes, we can keep the pool open operationally, but we're literally just waiting for it to die. We're just waiting for us to show up one day and it just doesn't work anymore. And that's a viable option. But I wanted to make sure I get that out, that next year this will look different. And it'll look different for all of our assets, hopefully.
So that would be around 30 cents a month? That's double, I think.
Through the chair, so yes, that would. Of course, putting away $200,000 for a $10 million hole isn't going to get us
Right.
anywhere. We
I'm
should have
just
done
getting
that
numbers.
20 years ago. I'm just flagging that next year, this will hopefully look different.
Yeah. Okay. But the hope is that for a cost to taxpayers currently of 15 cents per month, that that will be sufficient to keep the pool open in 2026. Like that's what the plan is. Okay. I saw you nod your head for those
Yes.
listening
Through
online.
the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And so what my preference would be that if we are, we're going to have to make a decision about this pool, but before we make that decision, that we have a plan in place for if the pool is decommissioned, here's what we would put in place. I was surprised to hear that there are no spray pads in that area. I think that's what I heard because I was online. Is that correct?
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Through the chair, there are, I don't believe there's any spray pads right within that area. There is a spray pad at South Leisure, I believe.
Okay.
And I would say in terms of recreation throughout the city, there isn't the same recreational facilities in every community in our city. And it would be really almost impossible for us to provide that.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I do think it's fair that, so if you don't have a pool, you have access to a spray pad within, and I don't know what the reasonable distance is, but it sounds like if we just take away this pool without having a plan in place, we will be creating a larger gap for well, we would be, for recreational facilities, and we'll take something away and they won't have anything in return in close proximity. And so I think that that's not the appropriate way for us to plan a decommissioning of a pool.
Councillor,
I don't
you're out
want to
of time,
do
so
these
let's get
sorts
you to
of
wrap up.
decisions during the budget process. I want to do it to demonstrate to the residents that we're doing it a careful, thoughtful, and deliberate way if we do need to close that pool. So I won't be supporting this, and I hope that it can stay open,
Okay,
at least for
thank
this
you.
year.
Okay, so we'll go on to round two. I'm gonna say my piece. I've been on the fence on this because there's a personal connection and then a logical connection to this, this particular item. I grew up in the South End. I spent many summer days at Massey Pool, and many good memories. And I know my mom is watching and she's gonna be very interested in the outcome of this, and will determine how the conversations go at Christmas dinner this season. So I've been back and forth, I think, and I think, to be honest, my council colleagues, especially Councillor Fro and Rasevich, your comments, I think I have to lean on that side of the fence at the moment here. It's not ideal. It is an increased cost. It is a challenge. But I think at this time, given everything that we're doing and cutting, I think having those amenities for our residents is important, and to keep them going at this time. And I know there's going to be a time when administration is going to come to us and say that this is no longer really in our hands. But I think I'm willing to wait for that time at this time. So I won't support this to close the pool at this time. And with that, I'll go to round two. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just be really brief through the chair. I appreciate your comments, Councillor Bizo. It sounds like you're making a strong case to build a new Massey pool, but I'm not sure this is the year to do that. No, you know what? We do things every year and every day that cost money as a city in the public service. And so not everything we do every day is about making money. And I don't think anyone sitting in this room today is arguing that we're going to have to make a tough and practical decision on Massey Pool in a couple of years. I'm not sure closing Massey Pool in light of this year's tough budget is a fair thing to do to our city. So that's all I have, and I'll certainly be voting no.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
You should never get testy moving a motion, because you have to get people to like you and vote for you, right?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Mancinelli, it would be to you to close debate, because you open and then close. And then
so I can still ask questions right now then, right? Oh, okay, I'll let you.
Yeah, sorry, you'll be able to close after. Sorry about that. I went through the wrong order there. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
To the chair, this is a tough decision for me. I do think at the discussion for the additional funding for the aquatic center, we acknowledged that pool closures were going to happen as part of the plan. At the same time, until the new pool opens, we are stretched when it comes for swimming lessons and families and places to go. And then I have my professional background, which says that a building which is beyond its point of life costs more to stay open than to close. So I'm very torn on this one, and I can see both sides and I can appreciate both sides. But I can't vote for it right now, because even though it's lagging and it should be shut down, we have swimming lessons, we have families out there, and even that slight chance, like registration, when you try to call, fills up in a second. And if this can hold on to it just that little bit longer, I have to vote for not closing it. And I hope it lasts, but I realize that it might not. And that's kind of where we are. Usually, I would likely say this costs more to open than to close. I know that's the professional line, but I have hope that we can get some more swimming lessons out of this still.
Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair. And again, I see the practicality of end of life. I see all that. But my ward doesn't have amenities. We don't, unless, and it would be nice if there was a plan to give the ward some more amenities then this would be an easier discussion. But to go back to the people in my ward who are paying taxes as well and have nothing in our community, you know, it's not a, I don't know, it's just, it doesn't seem right, because we're going to spend, you know, 5 million plus in, I guess, North Central on a big playground area, and, you know, so other areas of the city are getting amenities, and Whitmore Park and Hillsdale and Ward 1 right now are getting nothing. So, you know, because they see both sides, you know. But I think to keep it open for another year and let it go till end of life, I guess, because I think the residents do know that it will be coming to end of life. So anyways, just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. When I go to rinks, I see advertising on the boards. I can't recall at Massey Pool, is there any advertising opportunities to help with every dollar to keep the place open? It ain't going to save the day, but every dollar counts. Is such a program available?
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, I would ask Ms. Johnson to speak to sponsorship. I think that's what you would be referring
yes,
to.
advertising on the
Opportunities
fence or whatever.
Ms. Johnson, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, we do seek sponsorship for a variety of items. We are currently seeking naming rights for the Indoor Aquatic Center. We have not finished that yet. We're just at the very start of the process. And I would say overall, we don't have a lot of sponsors for a lot of things. We have very, very small sponsors for things like I Love Regina Day, but no large naming rights sponsors or anything like that yet. So I'm not sure, you know, what the options would be there or if it would be financially feasible.
Okay. Through the chair, this is more along the lines of advertising on the boards at the arenas.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Through the chair. So you're just wondering if there's opportunity to do
Yes.
more advertising on the boards?
Yeah, at the pools that would be equivalent to the arenas.
So, great question. I'm not sure what all the assets are available for boards around the pools. I'm looking, is Kayla? We'll see if we have more information on what actually is at the pools. I'm not sure that we do. We do, as you mentioned, arena advertising. We do sell rink boards, and we do make a small amount of revenue doing that annually, about maybe $20,000 annually on that. So
It might be something we can get offline, just
Yes,
because that wouldn't impact this decision.
I'll just leave this as a suggestion to administration to pursue some advertising opportunities at the pool. Every dollar helps. Thank
So
you.
I'll say just an idea. It's not direction, because we haven't voted on direction,
Yes,
but just
absolutely.
putting it out there. We'll put it as that. Okay, thank you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. From a kind of, I'm going to say community perspective, no one wants to shut down a pool, and where we sit, we have a lot of tough decisions. There's no doubt about it. From a practicality perspective, I think we've clearly heard that councillors from back in the 80s came here. They put a lot of leisure centers together, but they forgot to put the money in towards the replacement. Our CFO has also mentioned the true operation cost of this is in excess of $400,000 a year, because we're not even close to being at a replacement value. The bigger question really comes into play is how we move things and manage going forward. Some of the decisions have to be made in order to close assets, in order to invest back into assets. So closing this pool does not necessarily mean you're closing things out. It means you're freeing up capital to put towards something else. In certain cases, it could be the new aquatic center. In other cases, it could be consolidation of assets in order to reinvest into one bigger structure that has a long-term financial plan and goal set to it. I think, you know what, from a financial perspective, Councillor Mancinelli's motion is the right thing to do. From an emotional perspective, maybe it's not the right thing to do. From an engineering perspective, it is the right thing to do. I will be supporting this motion based upon looking at that 5-year plan like Councillor Mancinelli is, and saying we need to start making the decisions now that might be hard ones, might be tough ones, so in 5 years when the reserves are depleted to zero, we actually would have some money back in there, so we can do what Mr. Anderson said and actually do some work in the future. If we don't do it now, we're going to be in a very bad situation in 5 years from now.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, I see Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. I think we kind of already talked a little bit about this. If we were to decide to close a pool, when would that take effect?
Ms. Burton, go ahead.
If the decision were made not to, or to close Massey Pool, we would not open it for the 2026 summer season.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I agree that this is not something we should be deciding on council floor. And I think I'll take the gamble of it, whether it will make it through next year or the year after, because we need to have our residents in the area to ensure that they have someplace to go, at least for the interim. So I will not be supporting this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll go to Councillor Mancinelli. You can close debate. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I can ask questions still.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Through the chair, 3 to 5 years, is that your way of saying end of life? The only other thing you could say is after it actually failed?
Who'd like to, sorry, who is that? Mr. Hanson? Go ahead.
Through the chair, so can I ask you to just clarify your question?
I think you made it pretty plain that this pool is in a failed state. I don't know what kind of language you could use, like there's been reports asked, everything else. We've been said that we already pulled the funding from it. I'm wondering if there's any clearer language you can use, or if there's another state of failure it has to go to before it's really just closed. Like, is there one more stage of failure that we could get to? That you would give it a heads up before it failed? Or is this it?
Through the chair, I would say it is at end of life. We would need to see, I guess, a catastrophic failure in one of the building systems in order to shut it down. But it is beyond useful life, and we would need to make a significant investment in order to extend its life.
So you saying failure is imminent?
Through the chair, that is correct.
If we were in a car, would you send me down the highway to Moose Jaw with it?
I think it's a bit of a hypothetical, Councilman.
I'm just trying to make sure we got language
I don't want
clear.
to. I think I'm just going to say I don't want to put Mr. Hanson in that spot.
Okay.
That's like the train track.
I hammered the point home then?
Situation.
If you're driving an electric bus,
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Mancinelli.
you send him
Yeah,
down.
we're
I'll
good.
get
I
you to
got
go
to
to the next
concentrate your car,
question.
please. Okay. We were elected to a job. That job comes with budgeting. The popularity contest is done. We represent our residents for our wards and the city. West Hill, Fairways West, Northern View West, Sherwood Estates. What are the amenities available to all of these subdivisions in the Northwest? Is there anything there?
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, as I indicated earlier, there's, different levels of recreation facilities in different areas of the city, or parks, playgrounds, cricket pitches, those types of things. Within I can't speak specifically to what's available in each location right off the top of my head, but, there is a difference between accessibility and equity, I guess, or so, yeah.
Understood.
And as we move through the recreation master plan kind of indicates that we are trying to put things in groupings so that we are more efficient with how we deliver those recreational services.
Understood. I heard the comment that my area has no amenities, well, except for Wascana Park. The areas I mentioned actually have no amenities. It's just the way the city's built. This isn't about who has what. This is about budgeting. Administration made it very clear that this thing's at the end of its life. I have had to spend the whole week waiting my turn to do my part. I've heard all kinds of brags about we're going to save money, we're going to do these things, and naming things that people can't recognize. All types of programs that involve employees that do really important work trying to save money that the public doesn't recognize, so it's not contentious. This is the real job. This is the hard work. And this really sucks. I don't want to do it to those kids either. But it's really clear that we can't go on spending just because it's popular. That's what brought us to this point in time. Administration's made it clear about the state of the pool. The public's made it clear that we can't pay for everything and go on. And you're worried about a popular decision? What about 5 days of budgeting? Coming to a real clear-cut scenario and then turning our backs because we got a couple email from the groups that actually use that amenity. Of course they're going to be upset. But we have to have people have confidence in the hard decisions we make. And that's when you step up to the plate to something like this. I'm sorry to put it on the table. I apologize to the people affected. I'm really sorry for the little kids who won't be there. I'm sure there were great memories. It's not about fairness. It's about equity and taxation, making sure we're planning for the future, making sure we don't spend out on spent assets so we can't provide new ones in the future for people who need them then too. And this whole thing about taking on debt, and I'm going to save the debt and this, well, these are the decisions to lead to that being successful, and this is what the public's watching right now. So I implore you, please pay attention to the information given to my administration. They can't come out and actually say it's effed. They have to give you lead by lead information. If we have to have a report put together on everything they tell us in all our meetings, we will never make a decision because we'll always be waiting for reports. It's budgeting. It's on the budgeting document. I implore you to do the job.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment. Councillor Sickleys, I don't know if you're logged in, but can I get your vote verbally if you are there?
I am logged in. I don't see an option coming up for a vote. My verbal response is opposed.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mayor, the amendment is lost. Councillor Turnbull is temporarily away from the meeting and wasn't here for the vote. The vote results were lost in a vote of 3-7. Those members voting in favor were Councillors Bizo and Mancinelli. Those voting against were Councillors Fro, Sickleys, Burton, Radins, Zakidniak, Flores, Rasevich, and Mayor Bashinsky. Through you, Mayor, my apologies. I made an error when I indicated what the result vote was. It was a vote result of 2-8, not a vote result of 3-7.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Councillor Mancinelli, on the main motion.
Well, I got my butt kicked on that one. Okay, well, I guess if this is a spending budget, then we'll spend. Dust suppression. I'm really lucky. Pinky Road is done. That was one of the big things I got in my repertoire when I got elected, and it was huge for dust, and it's been paved. But having had that experience, I don't think this is a wise cut. Part of our regional problem is we have connections with the RM of Sherwood that are 100 meters long, 200 meters long, all kinds of gravel connections leading in and out of our city. And also the people around those connections usually do pay a pretty good tax dollar to live there. And they get, like, it's hazardous. It's a health hazard, the dust that comes through from these connections, people getting to and in and out of the city. I know Councillor Sickles has it near the airport, Councillor Zakidniak over near 13th. Dudney, I believe Councillor Radons has some in, Uplands as well. I have a little bit over on Armour Road, but like I said, my main problem's been looked after. When you cut the dust suppression, does that mean you're just going to cut down the amount you use so it's no longer a James Bond slick through the chair to administration?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair. So we will do one application a year instead of 2 applications a year with the reduction in funding.
Yeah. Another question through the chair. Why do we have such a greasy road when we do our dust suppression?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I'll get Mr. Warren to explain kind of our process and what material we're putting on there and the end result. Obviously, the impact is that we're trying to reduce dust, and so yes, there may be a look and feel to that road after we're done. But Mr. Warren?
Mr. Warren, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So we've experimented with different types of dust control materials over the years, and we've landed on the current type of material. It is an oil-based material that we use, and the reason that we've continued on with that one is we found that it is the one product that reduces the dust for the longest period of time, and it also aids in basically the structure of the road, as well as decreases the amount of maintenance that's required on those sections after the application. So that's one of the reasons, one of the things that we do currently. But I can say that we've also been, again, looking at the uses of maybe a magnesium chloride as a dust suppression as well. We've done a few pilot sections on some of the lower volume roads that we dust treat, and we've seen some good, I guess, some good results coming from that. We've also tried it a little bit on the higher volume roads, and those are the ones where we see that that type of material basically doesn't last as long because of the increased volume of traffic, and so it would just require many different applications throughout the year. So overall, we do look at the different types of material, and we found that the current application has the best benefit.
Councilor Mancinelli, just to let you know, you have 45 seconds on the main motion on the first round. I didn't give you an update after your amendment, so okay. 45 seconds.
Well, I need a second to disorganize there before you start the clock. Okay, I'd like to put an amendment out on reducing the heritage grants by half.
Okay, we'll get that pulled up.
I only have 5 seconds left.
And Councilor Mancinelli, just to make sure I got it right, it's the discontinue heritage incentives and grants line item for $260,000. Is that the right one?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, the amendment's up on the screen. I'll look for a seconder for Councilor Mancinelli's amendment. Councilor Bizo. Okay, Councilor Mancinelli, you can go ahead and speak to your amendment. Go ahead.
Thank you. Reviewing the heritage grants and the payouts for what's available, it's been said that it spans out every year. Looking at it, a lot of this money doesn't go towards preserving actual heritage features and property, more so to maintenance. And, every homeowner in Regina has maintenance. I don't think that's equitable for all. So I'm putting this out because it's a budget with a lot of pressure. And I think that money should be actually used for the heritage components of homes, not just for maintenance like everyone has. I don't think there's an equity in taxation in that. So that's the culmination of the motion.
Okay, I will look to any questions.
Just to say, just basic maintenance. I understand if you have to replace a heritage feature, it should be applicable and it might be maintaining, but cleaning your eaves trough, that's not heritage money, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I'll look to members for questions on the amendment. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Just question on how much have we actually spent on heritage?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Sorry, just through the chair, did we miss it? Did someone second this motion?
Yeah, Councillor Bezo seconded the motion. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Burden. I mean Bryden.
Thank you, through the chair. So I think the funding has been allocated annually. I would also just like to provide some information that this funding goes towards taxable properties, exempt properties like churches, and the work that is provided grant funding, the portion of work, is for conservation. It is not for maintenance of buildings. It is for actual conservation. But I will look to Ms. Dawson to see if she has any numbers on what we've spent annually on this program.
This program has been around through, Mayor, the program has been around for decades. And so I look for clarity. Are we looking year over year, or what type of clarity would you be looking for, Councillor, on what we spent in total?
Sorry, a year over year, have we used all the funds that has been available for folks to take advantage of? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. And through the chair, thanks for the question. We have, our program is oversubscribed. We use our heritage sector reference group to help allocate between the grants and the tax incentives that are applied for, picking and choosing properties, and sometimes only funding a portion of what they've applied for.
So over, say, the last 5 years, have we used up all of that allocation?
Through Mr. Chair, I believe so. We had come, I think it was in early 2022, with some adjustments to the program and actually increased the grants that were available because of our need and what we were seeing within the community. And so, there has been an increased demand from our heritage property owners.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bezo, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just based upon Ms. Bryden's comment, she said items to, what did he say, to keep the conservation. So I think everyone gets leaves in their eaves troughs no matter where you live in the city, but we approved a heritage grant to clean out eaves troughs, and we actually approved a heritage grant, I believe it was to clean some spray painting. So is that a conservation or is that a maintenance? Like if I look at a conservation, I'm going to lean over to my councillor at Ward 5 who's in the architectural realm. When you look at the facade and the heritage portion of it is the facade, or versus the maintenance aspect. If I have a furnace that is from 1970 and my furnace goes, is that a heritage furnace or is that just kind of replacement and something I've got to do to maintain my building or just to keep my building operational? And how does cleaning an eaves trough actually fit into this program? Because I would like to gain access to it for Ward 10 because we have a lot of leaves up there too.
Okay, Ms. Dawson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. And without getting into the details of that particular application, which was debated at council, part of the quote that was received was, I believe, for repair of the roof or a roof line. And a part of the work that the contractor was going to do was to make sure that the work could be done. And there was some cleaning or clearing out to conserve. But it was part of the conservation efforts. We do not pay to maintain, but if it's to conserve a particular heritage element or a piece of the building, like a heating equipment, that's perfectly acceptable as per the program.
So if you're conserving a heating element, but we've seen a lot of pieces come through about we're not rebuilding a boiler, we're replacing it. So how is that conservation? That's just a rebuild. That's to replace. It's just end of life.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have the policy here. It says conservation means all actions or processes that are aimed at safeguarding the character-defining elements of a historic place to retain its heritage value and extend its physical life. This may involve rehabilitation, preservation, restoration, or a combination of these actions and processes in accordance with what we use as the standards and guidelines for conservation of historic places in Canada.
Okay, thank you. So that one application that we processed with spray paint, I see it falls under that category too. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
The Heritage Grant Program, we have a few programs, so I want to make sure I have these all clear in my head before I make any decisions or vote. The Heritage Grant Program, that's for heritage buildings, or does that extend, and that's the one only for, is it 3 wards? Can you say which wards these ones are for?
Thank you. Through the chair, our heritage program is citywide.
Okay.
Yeah, and so we actually have grants available in different amounts for heritage designated properties and those that are on the heritage inventory. They do get less if they're not designated, so the policy is afforded like that. When the Heritage Sector Review Group looks at this, they do look at if a property is a tax exempt, they're favored for the grants. Those that have, that do pay taxes, they looked at as could they get a grant or an exemption just to try to, provide as much support as we can to all properties.
And so currently it's a 260, and this is to take it to 130? That's what this amendment is? Like the total?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. It's currently at 260.
For these heritage buildings, they're so expensive to restore and do these things that even if one property got $260,000, it wouldn't likely do what it's supposed to do. So taking it down to 130 seems like that would be even less. And we've had so many delegations come who have heritage homes who look, or like there's these heritage grant programs, and there's only 130 for all of these homes, when that's likely not, or buildings. Is there other ones for commercial properties, or is this it for heritage grants in our city?
Ms. Dawson?
Yeah, through the chair, this is it. The Heritage Program covers both residential, institutional, commercial properties, all of them.
Okay, so I would say 130 is really doing nothing. So I'm not even sure if 260 would do much to even one building. When these buildings have heritage issues, it's millions of dollars of project as we have seen. And so it almost feels like an all or nothing motion to me to be like Councillor Mancinelli. I don't know. 130 is definitely too little. 260 is probably too little. So I don't know if it's just where you cut the program completely and just pretend like this is almost like we're pretending to help with heritage homes and not actually doing it. So I'm not really sure. I guess I'll listen to the rest of the debate.
Okay, we'll go to round 2 of any more questions for folks. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. What is the maximum per property that you will give out?
Go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair. It depends on if the property is designated or an inventory property, lesser for inventory properties, and it depends on the amount of work. So we would only do 50% of the work maximum. So the property owner is putting in at least half of the work. I think that there's a cap on the grants, and for the incentives, it's 10 years tax exemption max, depending on the work, again, value.
Okay. And so how do you figure out how like the process is what I'm asking, is how do you figure out, okay, never mind, forget it. You answered the question, it's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Mancinelli to close debate. Go ahead.
Sure.
Or ask questions, sorry, I should clarify. Yeah.
Just so I understand this, it seems to be some confusion. Councillor Turnbull's comments about enough grant money to cap off a big project. This is administered on a variety of properties as a portion of their tax as a rebate per year over 10 years, not a one-time sum, correct?
Ms. Dawson, go ahead.
Yeah, through you. Thank you. So I do have the values here. So the program includes tax incentives, which is not part of this. And then it also includes the grants, which is the part of the motion. So the grants are provided to those properties typically that, are tax exempt, although we do give grants to other properties as well. And so for those that are designated, they can have a smaller maintenance grant up to $5,000 or a major grant up to $50,000, again, depending on the amount of work. And for inventory properties, again, those smaller grant values for the smaller projects up to $2,500 and major grants up to $50,000, depending on the eligible work that's being done.
Okay. So over and above the grants, sorry for my ignorance there, we also have the tax exemption policy for these properties as well.
Yes.
So there's two poles.
Yes, through the chair, that's right. The Heritage Program includes reviewing for property maintenance. So we do inspections, which we talked about, I think, yesterday, and new assessments for heritage properties. We do, if somebody wants to designate their property a heritage, we do the evaluations with them, but we also do the tax exemptions and the grants. So the program itself is more than just delivering the grants.
Appreciate that. So once again, we get this package through our council materials throughout the year. There's a whole package about what it's applied to and how it helps the homeowners. And, it's always nice to help homeowners, but there's been a whole bunch of talk for a whole week I've listened to about equity and taxation for everyone and what's fair for which residents and this and that and who wants to pay for what. I guess my point is it's a tight year. We're in double-digit taxes. The people who saw the reassessment hit them with a 20% increase last year aren't accessible to any of this kind of a funding stream. And we've all stepped up to try to take some pressure off of residents. So, I want to respect the heritage properties. I don't want to take this right away. But when I review the yearly applications we get, and I see a lot of the stuff is actually for, more maintenance-minded than actual heritage value, and the whole thing about equity and taxation for the city, that's why I think I want to put a bit more pressure on so there's enough funds to help heritage, but maybe not just to spread around because someone's eligible and they can get a bit of money back from the city. That's why I put this on the table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the amendment is passed in a vote result of 7-4. Those voting in favor are Councillor Sickley, Spizo, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Burton, Rasevich, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those voting against are Councillors Fro, Radins, Zakitniak, and Flores.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask Mr. Black if you can give an update.
Through the chair, the impact of this motion is a reduction of 0.04% to the mill rate. We are now sitting at 10.83% overall on the mill rate.
Okay, thank you. $43 seconds left. Yes, that's what I'm told by the clerk. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Mancinelli.
Okay, next up, I'd like to put another amendment up to pull the Ring Road rail crossing off the capital projects list. Am I going to speak to it?
Just 1 second. We'll get a seconder first.
Can we get a it's probably the same. Points of clarification.
Sure. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
I suspect it might be the same thing Councillor Fro raised his hand for. Does Councillor Fro's motion that passed already address
Oh, I
this
forgot about that.
concern?
Okay.
Uh,
Forgot.
It might or might not, because was it approved by council? It may have been.
Hold on, we'll, let us just look into that quickly, because it's a good question.
And
So let's just look into
because
it.
I actually am not sure, because I think that actually may have been approved by previous council, like the
Yeah, let us look
relocation.
into it.
Yeah.
I understand the question, so just give us a moment and we'll sort that out. Okay, let's take our 15-minute break now, and so we'll be back at 10:48. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. So I think we have the amendments sorted out. So Councilor Mancinelli, I will get you to introduce and then I'll look for a seconder. So I'll get you to introduce the amendment first.
Okay, I put amendment to pull off the Ring Road Rail Relocation Project, and just to speak to it, it's not that I love trains, and it's not that I don't want the trains gone. In going down that path, that was part of the whole canola crush rave that fizzled out. Hundreds of millions of dollars to move railroad tracks. We're not going to take on debt to move railroad tracks, and we don't have hundreds of millions of dollars. So there's $2 million set aside in current capital contributions. I think that it would be wise to return that back to the reserve, and maybe we could go to administration for a little bit of advice if we can use that to bring a little bit of relief through this budget. That's the motion on the floor, to return that back to reserve.
Okay, so I'll ask Mr. Anderson, just because we had asked for clarification from admin on that. So I'll get him to speak to it, and then I'll look for a seconder. So go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, yes. So this is it is commercially sensitive, this project, so I would recommend we go in camera to discuss.
Okay.
In private.
Okay, thank you for that advice. So first, I will look for a seconder on this, Councillor Bezo, and then I'll make a motion, given the advice from Mr. Anderson, to go in camera to receive sensitive commercial information. Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Fro, any opposed? Okay, carried. We'll go in camera. Okay, we went in camera to receive commercially sensitive information and no decisions were made. Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, so it'll be back to you to speak to the amendment.
Thanks. I put this amendment on the floor knowing that this is an active plan and it's being actively paid attention to, but also knowing that the circumstances that brought it onto the active portion have changed. I'm hoping to return it back to the reserve and see if there's eligible projects that can take a little bit of sting off our mill rate under current contributions if it's returned to the reserve, if it can be allocated that way, and I'm told there's a possibility there. So with that, I ask this can be returned back to the reserve at this time.
Okay, I'll go to any council members with questions. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
I think we have to second it first, don't we?
I already had you as a seconder.
Oh, okay, perfect. I fully understand the motion behind this, and I do support what Councillor Mancinelli is saying. However, this is more of a forward-looking project that really won't affect a reserve because there's no plans for it right now. But I understand, I fully support the intent behind it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council members? Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question. How much is in the land development reserve currently?
Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, the land development reserve forecasted at the end of 2025 is expected to be 14.5 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, so currently where the money's sitting now, it's sitting in a bank account, I guess they're earning some interest or something?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, that's true in general. So money that we have sitting in a reserve would be cash that we have invested.
Right, so we have money in the reserve, which is invested, and this other money, which we're talking about putting back in the reserve, it's sitting somewhere making money, or?
Through the chair, so this would be money that's sitting in the reserve right now. This
Okay.
plan was that we would actually spend that money
Right.
in 2026, and the councilors asked that we don't spend that money in 2026. So that's the,
Okay,
so we would keep it in the reserve and keep it earning investment income.
okay, all right.
Okay, seeing nothing else, Councillor Mancinelli, I'll get you to close debate on your amendment.
Thanks. If I want to make sure I understood correctly, I think I've made a mistake. I understood there was a potential of perhaps spending the money in 2026. I didn't think it was a necessary spend. I thought it was an open project that was capital carry forward.
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, so what got put forward in the budget through this project would be permission from council to spend that money on this project.
What's the likelihood of capitalizing on that permission? Is that?
Sorry, I didn't catch
Through
that.
the chair, sorry, the capitalizing.
What's the likelihood of capitalizing on that permission?
I would say it's more likely than not, if we were given the go-ahead, that we would transact this project. But again, if council wishes, we could put it on pause till a future year.
I'll let the motion stand, see where it goes.
Okay, thank you. So I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment. Councillor Sickley's, are you able to vote through the platform, or do you need to give a verbal vote? Oh, sorry, I got you now. Never mind.
Through you, Mayor, the amendment is lost in a vote of 1 to 10. Member voting in favor was Councillor Mancinelli, and the remaining members voted against.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, back to you on the main motion. Go ahead.
I'm good. I'll let it go.
Okay, that concludes round one. Okay. For myself, I have nothing further. I put everything that I had on the table on the get-go, and wanted to give my colleagues a chance to go through their changes. Where we've landed, I'm comfortable moving forward as we are right now. So I'm going to move to the next person in line, which is Councillor Rattens.
Okay, thank you. I would like to make an amendment to bring dust suppression back, please. And I have conferred with administration, and we will look at taking that 230,000 from real.
Okay, so Councillor Radden's motion is on the screen here. Is there a seconder for this amendment, sorry? Just let folks read it quick.
I will second it just to put it on the floor.
Okay, Councillor Zakidniak seconds the amendment. Councillor Radens, over to you to make any comments or questions on your amendment.
Okay, as Councillor Mancinelli had mentioned that there is a lot of areas in our city that are exposed to the dust, and whether there's a gravel road in the different areas. And one in particular that I want to speak to is off of in Uplands in Betteridge along Highway number 11, where there's a stretch of road that's between two paved. And so we talked a little bit about the effects on folks with and kids with asthma, and how that affects their health. And I think this is an important thing that my residents, for sure, on the edge of the city would be willing to pay. But this is going to bring it to a net zero if we were to move the funds from real to back into reducing the dust suppression. So I did confer with administration on this, and I do have a few questions. And what are the benefits of having dust suppression?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, so we do hear from residents about concerns with dust on gravel roads. So the benefits are reduction in the risk of health and safety. And so when a road is dusty, when you're traveling, there can be sightline concerns as far as seeing someone coming, but also there's lots of dust that is in the air that does have a negative impact or perceived negative impact for surrounding residents.
So do we have any data regarding the complaints? And if you don't, that's fine. For the past few years of residents' complaints regarding dust in the areas?
Yeah, through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Warren if he has any of those details at his fingertips.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you through the chair. So on average, we get about 60 complaints about just general conditions of our gravel road network, and specifically regarding dust, it is about 10 complaints every year. Regarding dust specifically, it's around 10 per year.
Okay. Right. Okay, so for CFO through the chair, is there any issues with moving that money from real to back into dust suppression?
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, so thanks for the same as the process, last budget process where council asked Real to cut, I believe it was $1 million. So it'd be similar, you'd be asking Real to find $230,000 of efficiencies.
Okay, and can they absorb that?
Through the chair, it's, I don't want to speak for them. I will say we've absorbed a lot of cuts since we started out on Monday.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do any council members have any questions on this amendment? Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
So, to confirm, what we currently do for dust suppression is 2 applications a year. So I guess I'll ask my full question. 2 applications a year. What was proposed was to scale it back to 1. And what Councillor Radens is suggesting is that we should continue with 2 applications a year. So let me just first start with that.
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, that is correct.
And so, what is 2 applications a year? Is that sufficient? Like, does that fully address the needs, or is that all we can afford?
Through the chair, it really depends on any given year. Obviously, the drier years we have more dust, but I'll ask Mr. Warren to give his perspective on, are we okay where we're at, or are we still don't have enough budget to meet the overall need?
Mr. Warren, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So in the past, we have had dry years where we've had to, I guess, do additional dust treatment on different sections, depending on the volume and the high number of traffic that that we see on some of our roads. So we've had to do that in the past, but over the last couple of years, we found with the consistent use of this DL10 kind of product that we're using, this dust control material, that we're seeing better results because of the sustained use, and that 2 applications is generally, we're seeing general agreement with that.
Okay. And so then, based on what you said, if we scale it back to 1, I guess we don't know, but based on what you told me, it doesn't sound like that would be sufficient to address the need.
Through the chair, so if we scaled the dust treatment down to 1, basically what we would end up likely doing is, instead of going in I guess after the winter in early spring, early summer, late spring, to do that first treatment and then a second treatment late summer, we'd likely be doing a treatment kind of probably in the mid of the year. So we'd probably start to get increased complaints, in that late spring time period as everything starts to dry up. And then in late summer, as we find ourselves going into the winter season. So there'd probably be some additional concerns brought forward. I would add, though, that I believe in 2025, we did do a single application, and on 1 year, we didn't actually see additional complaints.
So this year, we did only 1 application.
Sorry, I think I'm getting that mixed up. I believe that was 2024.
And what was the rationale for only doing 1 in 20? Was it just the conditions that year?
I think there was I think it was through some budget reduction exercises for one time.
Right.
Mr. Doney?
That sounds familiar.
I think it's coming back to Council Sikidniak, but yes, it was budget exercises that council asked us to find efficiencies, and we reduced that. Yep.
And so you didn't see additional concerns as a one-off, but I think what you said is if over time, because we're not keeping up with maintenance, it may have an impact over time just doing one round of dust suppression.
That is correct.
Okay, well, I mean, I think I can support this because, I do think it's fair. I think it's fair. I've thought it was fair this whole time for our partner organizations to also, have some, like, if we're taking cuts to our budget across the board, I think it's fair that we share that burden, all of us. And so, I think that it's, for us to maintain this level of service and for there to be a very minor reduction in the budget for real, I think it's a fair trade-off. So I can support this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Turnbull.
Thank you to the chair. To administration, what was Real's ask for last year? So it says it's 10.8 this year, but what was it last year?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, their ask last year was 11.2 million.
So I was fortunate this past year to sit on the Real board. And I have been very critical at them at times in this council, but I have seen them in the past year work very hard to get their finances and everything stable enough to go forward. So I can't support two when they're on their way to finding their stability, and they have decreased their ask. A lot of our other partners haven't decreased their ask. So I'm going to ask for 1 and 2 to be voted on separately.
Okay, no problem.
And also, if administration and Councillor Radins can look at a different funding source for this motion, that would be.
Oh, this is what's on the floor. So that's
I know, but I'm trying to find a way to support.
Councillor Fro.
Yeah, just really quickly, when I look at Real's budget, I think it's overly optimistic, although I'm wishing them luck. There are some pieces in that budget that rely on yet to be confirmed revenue sources. And my worry is that if we put Real in a position where they come back to us, we're taking that money from our reserves and we're trying to get away from doing that. And so I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, I'll go to you to close debate on the amendment.
Oh, actually, it's Councillor Radin's debate.
Oh, sorry about that. My mistake.
And it was split in two, correct?
Sorry, and you get, yes, that's right. Go ahead.
2 votes?
Yeah, 2 votes to it. Yeah.
Councillor Mancinelli, sorry, did you have anything to say on this one?
No.
Okay, sorry about that. Councillor Radins.
Okay, sorry, I didn't, did someone ask for it to be separated
Yes.
into two?
Councillor
Oh.
Turnbull asked to separate
Oh,
into
okay,
2 votes.
thank you, I
Yes.
missed that, I apologize.
That's okay. So you
okay.
to close debate.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. We heard that health and safety is important. We also heard that we've been asking all weeks for cuts and for partners to share in that process. And so I would ask that you support this for our residents and to keep up with the service levels regarding dust suppression. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I will ask the clerk to start the vote. So we'll have 2 separate votes. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on item number 1. Councillor Rasevich? Oh, there you go. Sorry, we got it.
Through you, Mayor, the first item of the amendment is carried in a vote of 6 to 5. Those voting in favor were Councillors Bezo, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Radin, Zakidniak, and Flores. Those voting against were Councillors Fro, Sickles, Burton, Rasevich, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Okay, thank you. And I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on item number 2.
Through you, Mayor, the second item of the amendment is lost in a vote of 2 to 8. Those members voting in favor were Councillors Radins and Zakidniak. Those voting against were Councillors Fro, Sickles, Bezo, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Burton, Flores, Rasevich, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Okay, and I'll just look to Mr. Black because for the updated mill rate number.
Through the chair, the result is an increase of 0.15 to the mill rate. We're now sitting at 10.9% for a mill rate increase.
Okay, Councillor Adams, back to you.
It from me. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Zakidniak, it's up on to you on round 2.
Sorry, you're just gonna have to give me 1 sec. Actually, I was trying to figure something out with the deputy clerk. I'm gonna need a moment before, and I don't know, like, does that mean that we skip ahead to someone and come back to me? Because I'm in the midst of trying to figure out something that's important for my turn.
The best procedure, as advised by the clerk, would be to take a recess. So if you want to indicate how long you would need for that.
I can probably pull this off and give me, I was gonna say, give me 7 minutes.
Okay, let's do a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 10:53.
Thank you.
Can I get is there a seconder for a recess? Councillor Radins. Councillor Bezo, yep.
I was just going to say, given the time and the recess and everything else, why don't we just advance to a lunch break and come back early?
It may not be ready.
We don't have lunch.
Or, I understand that the best practice is to take a recess, but like to not, like, is it okay if we just, if come back to me after the next person, like so that we don't have to delay things?
No, we have to stay with this fair proceedings to make sure we're consistent with that for what we've told the public. So I would say let's take our 10 minutes quickly here, and 10:53 we'll be back.
Okay,
Or
thanks.
sorry, 11:53.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'll get folks to take their seats, please. We'll take our seats, please. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Councillor Zakidniak, will be back to you.
Do we have quorum right now?
We do have quorum because Councillor Sickley's is online.
Okay. Well, I think they're just outside, so can I just grab
No,
the
let's.
call?
They'll come back. We got to keep moving. So, Councillor Zakidniak.
Okay, they are trying to, I'm just. We're gonna lose.
We're gonna lose quorum in the meeting, and the meeting will end if you go out the door.
I'm still in the meeting. We had quorum with George.
Oh, we were trying to shh, my mic's on. Thank you.
I know. Okay, thank you. I guess the first thing, I'm gonna put an amendment up. The first one I wanna do, is what? I'll put up the energy efficiency one. Okay.
So I'll get you to introduce, and then we'll get a seconder, and then you can speak to it.
So I'm looking to reallocate money from the Enterprise Business Suite 12.2 upgrade. Spoke with administration about this to fund energy efficiency upgrades at city facilities. So if someone can second it, I can explain, and we can talk about this conversation that I had with administration.
Okay, would someone like to second this amendment on the screen? Okay, Councillor Turnbull. Okay, Councillor Zakidniak, you can speak to your amendment.
Great. I guess if we can start with, what is the total amount in the budget right now for the Enterprise Business Suite upgrade to administration? And I guess like total budget with and without 110, just for clarity for folks.
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you through the chair. So that project currently has $1.11 million allocated through current contributions. With this amendment, it would go down to 1.0 million.
Okay. And so I spoke with Mr. Anderson about this because I think it's important that we continue with our energy efficiency upgrades at city facilities, not just for the environmental benefit, but because this is money that that pays back over time in operational efficiencies. I guess first I also want to ask administration, what would you do with 110? Maybe I'll continue with Mr. Anderson first. Mr. Anderson, I think when we talked, this was considered a potential reasonable trade-off for this year. Can you elaborate on what would be the impact of taking 110 from this budget? Like, why was it considered a potential reasonable trade-off?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chairs, yes, Councillor, this is a multi-year project. So this would just delay the project into future years. So it would just be less money going in 2026. And then the trade-off obviously would be to fund things that were put below the line at capital planning time.
So when you say, so what sort of delay would $110,000, like what kind of delay? It would just make it go farther in the future, but for a $1 million plus project, what would be the impact? It's just more time of $110,000? Is there anything else?
Through the chairs, yeah, that would be about a 10% impact, obviously. And so we would just delay 10% of the project into 2027.
Okay. Into 2027. Okay, and now I want to know, what would we do with $110,000 for energy efficiency upgrades if that money was reallocated this year?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, so if there's $110,000 for energy efficiency within city facility upgrades, we would do some of the low-hanging fruit that still have not been done, including replacing lights with LED lights. Those do have a significant payback, probably less than 5 years.
I think I heard less than 5 years. I think I heard like 3 to 4 years even. I don't.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, it depends on each facility. So we would target facilities, likely fire halls that have lights on 24 hours a day. So you can get up to 3 to 4 year payback, but at least to be less than 5 years.
3 to 4 year payback. So the reason why I'm proposing this amendment is because I know that and I mean, these are the conversations we've had before, is like, let's start with some of the low-hanging fruit. And so that's what I'm proposing to do. I think, taking $110,000 from over $1 million project, yes, it'll mean that the project's still going ahead. It'll continue in 2027. Meanwhile, we will address some of the low-hanging fruit, energy efficiency-wise, and it'll have less than 5 year payback, hopefully 3 to 4 years. And I think that's like a common sense improvement that'll not just help the environment, but it'll be good for our city budget and our operational maintenance costs in the not even long run, in less than 5 years.
Councilor Mancinelli?
Thank you. Enterprise Business Solutions Suite, who does that service? What does that do for the city?
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, through the chair. So that's our Oracle GL system. So that's our core financial driver of all of our financial information. This has been an ongoing project that we love to get funding for. We feel it will really bring some efficiencies to our group where we have frustrations in getting information out. But we appreciate that there's lots of trade-offs in budgeting, and so that's sort of what this would be.
The efficiencies to the group you're talking about, what's their billable per hour when they have an expense that we're paying for with their taxes?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Councillor?
The efficiency of the group you're describing, what's their billable per hour with the taxes we used to pay for their wages? Average.
I would say the average cost of that group is somewhere in the $40 to $50 range per hour.
And what's our billable per kilowatt hour for kilowatts to light a building?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I don't know if Mr. Hansen has that information available, but I'll ask if he can help with the conversation.
Mr. Hansen?
Through Mayor, sorry, I wouldn't have that information available.
Do you think it's up at $40 or $45 an hour to have a light on? Or anywhere near?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, no, I don't think it's at that level.
Yeah, it's probably $1 or less, right? So I don't budget this way. When I'm looking for efficiency, I want the payback of $40 to $45 an hour, not 10 cents. I don't budget for feel good. I believe in the environment. If I make the proper investment into administration, I will have the proper money to outfit and look after my buildings in the long run. This budget should be set by how we properly spend the money of our residents to achieve the goals we've set. Environment, financial sustainability, vibrancy, quality of life. I can't support this motion, not because I don't want to save the environment, but because if I bring my spends and my efficiencies to bear, I can save the environment. That's how I plan to budget.
Councillor Rasevich?
Through the chair, so I'm just going to ask admin, when you're looking at this, just as Councillor Mancinelli's talking, financially wise and money wise, choice wise, what do you think? I mean, I guess I'm not telling you to tell me how to vote, but financially, how do you calculate this?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, I would say, administration put this list as what we believed was the best allocation of our capital contributions. So that was what we put forward as the recommendation. Council is now, it's their role
yeah.
to adjust for us. And maybe I'll pass to my colleague, Ms. Tink, to give some more context around this project.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, I just wanted to add, Darren was focused on the financial system. It is our core ERP, so it also services our HR function, so I'll just add that before I start. To your question, Councillor Rasevich. So this project, we performed an upgrade. I know it's called upgrade still, but really we're in an optimization phase now. So I would say that deferring this $110,000 is not going to be impactful to this project because we can sequence the optimizations to accommodate that. So we're focused on high priority and big bang optimizations to begin with, and then it's sort of continuous improvement after that. So I would just say that we would sequence things to accommodate this change.
Okay. Huh. So like how long is this project? Is it a 1-year project, 2-year, 3-year?
Through the chair, I believe we first received funding in 2024. We performed the upgrade late in 2024, and we've been in the optimization phase since then.
So how much longer do you have?
Currently, the funding's been requested through the end of 2026.
Oh, so you could use this till the end. Okay, so you need this money to finish the project end of 2026. It'll take 3 to 4 years for us to get this return on this $100,000. So you need this money to finish the project.
That's what we estimated that
Okay,
we would require,
so,
yeah.
Okay, so, okay. What Councillor Manson is talking about, yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Turnbull?
I was just going to ask to separate the vote because, again, I support both of these things. So I don't want to vote against the Enterprise Business Suite or the energy efficiency upgrades.
Yeah, Councillor Turnbull, this is one item as a reallocation, so there's not multiple items to separate. Okay. Okay, Councillor Zakidniak, it's over to you to close debate on the amendment. Councillor
I think
Zakidniak?
Councillor Bizo intended to put his light on, yes or no?
He did not put his light on, so.
What's that?
I did not have Councillor Bizo's light on.
Right, so
Councillor Zakidniak, you can close
it
debate.
doesn't matter. Okay, so, okay, I guess what I did here, what I just heard, I just want to confirm that I heard that deferring, like taking $110,000, I heard Ms. Tink say this, is not going to be impactful to this project. Is that accurate? Yeah.
Through the chair, yes, we can sequence the optimization so that we could accommodate moving that into 2027 if required.
Okay, so hearing that deferring 110,000 is not going to be impactful to the project, the words of the person who is in charge of the project, and agreeing that both are important. Why is that a point of order?
Go ahead, Councillor Mancinelli.
It is impactful. It changes the timeline on the project and to the point with the efficiency. It was described quite well during the questions.
Okay. Okay,
It's
continue.
not-
Councillor Zakidniak,
Okay.
go ahead.
I'm repeating what Ms. Tink said. It's not my opinion. That's what Ms. Tink said. So this is what Ms. Tink said, and that's what I'm repeating. So I agree
Councillor Zakidniak,
that
I think everybody hold on. I think everybody in council was listening to each member
so
tell
I'm
us. So we don't need to
continuing.
repeat what admin said necessarily in the fact
Well,
that it
because
could
there
be
seems to be some
misconstrued.
confusion about it. However, the point is that I agree that both of these things are important, and that's why I want to support both of them. And hearing that administration feels that both can be accommodated, I'm asking for your support of this. I think it's a minor change that has been clarified that can be accommodated. Thank you.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment.
Through you, Mayor, the amendment is lost in a vote result of 5 to 6. Those voting in favor were Councillors Fro, Turnbull, Radin, Zakidniak, and Flores. Those voting against were Councillor Siklis, Bezo, Mancinelli, Burton, Rasevich, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Okay, Councillor Zakidniak, back to you on the main motion.
Okay, thank you. I would like to, I have another amendment regarding the sandboxes. So I'm suggesting that we put the sandboxes back into the proposed budget. So you have that ready? Okay. And so I'm not even proposing an offset. I'm just saying I don't think we should eliminate sandboxes. So we'll see if there's a seconder and then we can talk about it.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder to reintroduce the sandboxes. Councillor Flores. Okay, back to you, Councillor Zakidniak, to speak to the amendment.
Thank you. To remove line item. Right. So can somebody clarify that $150,000, is that accurate? Like that's how much we would save by eliminating sandboxes? Because I feel, sorry, let's just.
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, yes, that's what we have.
Okay. And so how much money is that for the average taxpayer?
Mr. Black?
Through the chair, that is a 0.05% mill rate increase, or 9 cents per household, per average household per month.
How much?
9 cents.
Sorry. I thought you said 90. And so because it's 9, that just made me laugh. Sorry. Anyway, for 9 cents, this is the problem with this budget, and I'll speak to this in a bit, that I just don't feel like a lot of these trade-offs are worth it. We've heard that these sandboxes are well utilized. We've heard that, we know that accessibility in our city is important. We live in a city that has months of winter. For 9 cents per resident per month, we can ensure that folks have the ability to have access to sand for their sidewalks, so that we don't have folks with accessibility challenges, able-bodied people, and elderly folks falling on our sidewalks. I think it's a fair investment. I think it's a good investment, and I think we should continue making it.
Okay, are there any questions from council? Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Yes, to administration and the chair. I actually got an email about this yesterday, probably because of the weather, but it was a complaint that the sandboxes were being taken, the whole entire thing, from small businesses and stolen, and I'm wondering how often that is and who's using them. Is it businesses coming to take the whole sandbox? Are they disappearing? What's going on with it?
Mr. Warren?
Thank you, through the chair. So yes, our city crews do not monitor the use of the sandboxes. These are small, I guess, containers that are located in 21 different locations throughout the community, mostly at like community centers. So the city does not monitor the use of the sand. What we promote on the city's website and our social media is that that residents use this for personal use on their sidewalks, and that they bring small containers to use for private use.
Thank you for that. So we don't know how often a business is coming and just taking all the sand?
Through the chair, I don't think I have any data around that. I do remember when the program first came out many years ago, we had some complaints of that, but those complaints, through some of our ongoing communication, and as the community uptake started to take place, those concerns have dropped off.
And do we have to replace the actual bins that often, or the actual bins disappearing? Like, I guess yesterday I just got a lot of information, so.
Through the chair, no, we don't have to replace the bins. The bins are a one-time purchase that have happened, in the past, and we just have city crews that go out there and basically dump sand off a small truck to fill each of those sandboxes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, Councillor Zakidniak, you can close debate on your amendment.
I don't think I have anything further. Let's just see how folks feel.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the amendment is lost in a vote result of 4 to 7. Those voting in favor were Councillors Mancinelli, Radins, Zakidniak, and Flores. Those voting against were Councillors Fro, Sickles, Bezo, Turnbull, Burton, Rasevich, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Okay, we are at 12:15 exactly. We'll take our lunch break. I'd like to make a motion to take a half-hour lunch break to come back at 12:45. Councillor Fro, would you second that for me? Yes. Thank you. Any opposed? We'll be back at 12:45. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. And it is back to Councillor Zakidniak on the main motion.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for the city solicitor. So in relation to motion 21, which is about parking fines, and just parking, so there will be a bylaw associated with that. Is that one bylaw for, like separate bylaw for each point?
Sorry, through the mayor, my understanding is that the fines are, it will be one bylaw to change all of the fines because they are fines under the Traffic Act. And so it can be one bylaw changing all of the fines.
Related to parking or other fines as well?
I'd have to look back at the motion again. Do we have it up on the screen?
So, sorry, I'm saying like all the fines related to that motion will be grouped in one bylaw?
That's my understanding, yes. I just want to see the motion again to make sure that they're...
Yeah, we're just getting up on the screen.
Yes, sorry, through the mayor. It will be one bylaw that does all of the things because it's all the same act or the same bylaw that's being amended. So it will be one bylaw that's brought forward that will make all the amendments.
Specific
to
this motion exclusively?
That's correct.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking is because I've since learned that additional information about the impacts of these changes. And so I don't feel supportive of making these changes myself without having, making sure I have as much information as possible to inform my decision. So I'm asking because that will allow me then, instead of reopening it up for debate, I can just vote against the bylaw if I've decided that I no longer support them. Is that accurate?
Yes, through the chair, when the bylaw comes forward, it will require a vote of council to approve the bylaw. And at that point, if you don't wish to support the bylaw, you can vote against it.
Okay.
That's your prerogative.
So the reason I say that, and to be clear, like I think we do need to look into these things, but I want to make sure that I feel informed before making decisions and that I'm not flippantly making them on the floor of council. So that'll be how I will address that so that we don't have to eat up more time at council. I'm also going to ask for a separate vote in relation to Wascana Pool. If we start charging for parking there, it'll be the university that gets the revenue, not the city of Regina. So I just wonder if that's, I'm not sure, like it'll save us $40,000. How much money do we know the university will get for, if we start charging parking at Wascana Pool?
Oh, sorry, Ms. Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, I believe the charge for parking is $2 an hour.
$2 an hour.
Correct.
Okay. So, and it's not necessarily that I'm opposed to all of these things, but I don't feel adequately prepared to make an informed decision at this time. So I will not be supporting any of them now because that's really important to me to feel that I'm making votes that are well informed.
Okay, and just to be clear, we will separate the vote on the main motion to take Wascana Pool free parking as a separate vote.
Yep, sounds good. How much time do I have left?
2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay. Okay, so I just have like a couple of comments or a few comments and then I'll be done. So at the end of this prolonged process of debating the operating and capital budget, we've had days of failed amendments attempting to bring down the mill rate, sometimes by pennies and sometimes by millions of dollars in one fell swoop. And I wonder if we can all agree that there were some easy wins that we walked away from, although we may not agree what those easy wins were. And so instead, we've approved a slew of cuts, increases in prices, and reduced services that will make that I believe will make our city less efficient, make life more expensive and less enjoyable for our residents. And so that's my concern in terms of being very careful and deliberate with my votes. And that's why I prefer to make major changes outside of the budget process. And through all that, we've now have a mill rate with a starting point of 10.73 to, is it now 10.9? Okay, so we've actually increased the mill rate, yet made a bunch of cuts all at the same time. And so by trying to placate as many residents as possible, I suspect we've arrived at a budget that accomplishes the opposite. We'll see what happens with the rest of this round prior to the vote, but I hope that we can continue to learn from this process and continue to make improvements to our budget process for future years. That's all I have for this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fro?
In the interest of time, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Flores?
Through you, Mayor, I just have a couple questions and an amendment to bring up. My first two questions are regarding the warming center funding. I believe there was a solution found. It was included in appendix, the list of enhancements. So just so community are aware that we have been able to find ways to mitigate not funding this through this budget, but there are things being done for both the warming center funding and the funding for the heritage project. If you could please elaborate on that.
Ms. Burton?
Thank you, and through the chair, in Appendix K, the enhancements were a request through the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and Encampment Response Plan for $500,000 for warming center funding. Shortly before that report went forward, we did receive word from the province that we received an enhancement of $800,000 for warming centers that will allow those centers and an increase in spaces in those centers. For the Heritage Peer-led initiative, the first installment of that program was slightly delayed in getting sent to the Heritage Community Association because it was federal funding and we needed approval from our federal partners to put it towards that. So that initiative hasn't got underway yet. So we believe stepping back and assessing it over the course of 2026, and if there was a need to put a request forward in the future, we could do that in future budget years.
All right. Thank you for that. And again, that was just to, I know some folks might have questions about what happened with that, and I asked about it and we got some answers. And I do have an amendment coming in, and this is just for us to look into holding on the expense of some money until we get some answers. So I'll just look to the clerk to put that up. All right, so the amendment is to defer the funding of the capital project for Wascana Parkway, Prince of Wales Drive, found on Appendix B, and just hold on to awarding the RFP of this project until such time that a written confirmation is provided from the easement holder, consenting to the city exploring construction options within the McKell conservation easement. So the ask is entirely to pause this until we get a confirmation. It's not stopping the project.
Okay, I'll just look for a seconder for this amendment. Councillor Zakiniak, Councillor Flores, you can speak to the amendment.
Sure, thank you. So in 2012, the city of Regina had ACOM do a study that confirmed that it is not possible to extend the Prince of Wales with, south without encroaching into the conservation park. And in that study that is part of the RFP that went out, it shows that every design option contemplated and then confirmed that any extension crosses the easement area. So since there are some issues with the conservation holder and our ability to move southbound, again, I am just looking to what that study that we commissioned said. My understanding is that this prohibits any development within the easement. So without consent, and encroachment is not possible. So my ask is, let's hold on to spending $300,000 to find an answer that might be better done by connecting with ducks and checking in if it's possible. So I feel like a phone call or a meeting with the conservation easement holder is free before we spend $300,000. I'm not asking to stop the project, I'm not asking to change the plans, but what this will do, if we proceed without checking in and getting an answer, because we already spent money in 2012 being told that there's no possibility, that's the study, it's not me saying that, for any southbound development to be done without encroachment within the easement, I just want to save us those $300,000 and then the additional $3.6 million through 2029. So my ask is simply, let's hold on until we have a more confident answer from the easement holder. It is not to stop the project, just to be very clear.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start with a question for administration. The money allocated, my understanding that's for a functional study to actually investigate what those options would actually be. Would that be correct?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, we actually have to do this work to determine the best possible route.
So with that, that's how we definitively with data indicate which routes are possible and are not possible, including what's been indicated.
Through the chair, thank you. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So again, from an engineering perspective, we have to do studies and take the information so we can understand what is and isn't possible. So that route may or may not be possible, but without doing the work, we don't have the data to back up spending more money to do a further extension or to do that particular route altogether. So for that reason, I can't support this amendment because best practice is to actually collect the information to make sure we have an informed decision one way or the other. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. This is nothing about shovels hitting the ground. This is about making informed decisions. It's about doing the research. There's obviously opinions on both sides. In order to get those opinions, to do the work, to even understand where it's going, you need to do the research. And that includes making sure where the easements start, where they end, what the opportunities are, how to integrate with various environments. The ring road, the bypass, all go right through Wascana Creek near areas with lots of wildlife, and the flora and fauna is flourishing. This is something that the residents of Ward 4 want, they need, and for it to be stopped, this would mean the city is making uninformed decisions. They need this information to make an informed decision. I ask you please to reject this motion.
Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, there's undoubtedly an engineering perspective. There's also an environmental perspective. There's a legal perspective. There's a community and stakeholder perspective. I'm certainly interested in receiving information. We should always be willing to receive information. Saying that, I do have a couple of questions through the chair that will impact whether or not I support Councillor Flores' motion. And I believe all she's asking is that we do a little bit of outreach to a group that has raised some questions to us. I did not hear her say she's not interested in the study. I've heard her say she's interested in a conversation or two out of respect to an organization that currently, so with that, through the chair, maybe perhaps the solicitor, there has been an article circling of late written by MLT, which, while making it clear that it is not analyzing the conservation easement in question, generally speaking, the feeling of those lawyers was that we do not have power through municipal expropriation if we were to get to that route to effectively put a road through a conservation easement. And I'm wondering if you've had time to fully understand that perspective as well as inform your own. And the reason why I ask that is in the event that we were to have an expensive litigation, my preference would be that we hear both from you, but that maybe we do some work to avoid that in the first place in the event that we can figure out how to move forward without that happening.
Ms. Williams?
Thank you, through the chair. What I can say is that when these RFPs come through, the legal team does have a review of the RFP that is going out, and in this situation, there was no legal concerns with respect to this particular RFP. With respect to whether or not there could potentially be litigation, we would dig into that perspective once we get to that point. We're not even there yet. Whether or not there could be municipal expropriation on something like this isn't the type of legal advice that I would probably be able to provide on the floor of council. It would be something that we would be doing a memo to council on and providing in private. So we wouldn't be providing that on the floor of council. But what I can say is that with respect to this particular RFP at this point in time, there was no legal concerns with doing this work and engaging in this process, and we would assess risk after this process was complete.
Thank you. So I understand through the chair that there isn't any legal concerns with issuing an RFP. However, we don't yet have a fulsome perspective through the chair on whether, as a municipality, we can expropriate a conservation easement. That would require further analysis.
Through the chair, yes, I would say there would be further analysis needed, and I would say that we wouldn't be recommending an RFP looking at all of the various options if we had significant legal concerns with any of the options that might come forward.
Thank you. Through the chair, can administration just, again, there's nothing wrong with getting information as to how to proceed on work. But from time to time, when our community is sensitive to an issue, it stands to reason that we would engage early and proactively about our intentions. And can administration walk me through what consultation, if any, has occurred of late with Ducks Unlimited in this case?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you, through the chair. So recently, there has not been engagement with Ducks Unlimited, although there has been in previous years. I would say probably 4 or 5 years, perhaps. But I would like to add that part of the work that is part of this RFP is engagement. So all the parties would be engaged as part of this process, because whether or not a route has to go through these lands is part of what's being determined, and part of what will contribute to that are the legalities and certainly the concerns of the residents and Ducks Unlimited.
Thank you. Through the chair, based on...
About 30 seconds left.
Yeah, thanks. Based on previous work that has been done on this, has there been any mapping that would show it is possible for this road to not affect the conservation easement?
Thank you. Through the chair, I will refer that question to Ms. Sigan.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor, yes, there are a number of different options that could, routing options, some of which don't go through these lands. All of them have different constraints to them, and this is what this study will look at, is what is feasible, what are the risks, and use that information to make our decision before going forward.
Thank you. Finally, I think Councillor Burton has done a good job of illustrating the concerns of his ward and his residents. There are multiple views on this file. I'm not against seeing the information that comes from this. I am going to support this amendment solely to ask administration to connect with some people that have been very vocal in their belief that there has been not adequate consultation, particularly given that Ducks Unlimited has a material role here to play. In closing, I'm fine with the RFP once that's been done.
Okay, and just before I move to more questions, I just want to clarify with Mr. Anderson, is there a mill rate implication to this amendment? Can you speak to that for this particular project?
Just a second, Mayor.
Yeah.
Through the mayor, the answer is no. There'd be no mill rate impact on this.
Okay, and can you just, is that because it's a carryover, or what's the, for this particular project?
Through the chair, so this is funded through development charges,
Sorry,
not through the
development
mill rate.
charges. Okay. Thank you. So there's no mill rate impact as a result of this, one way or the other? Okay. Just want to make sure that was clear for everybody, because we've been trying to be consistent in demonstrating what that is. Councillor Mantinelli?
Most likely will not support this, but I do need to know the proposed path or Wascana Parkway extension. Is that part of the master transportation plan? It's been planned for years. It's now active because of all the activity in the east. This isn't some kind of political maneuvering. This is just part of city planning.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, this has been part of our long-term, long-range transportation master plan, I believe, since the 1980s. And then more recently, you may remember, Councillor, the last council heard, we did a study of the Arcola East traffic. And that study reaffirmed that this route is certainly very valuable to the Southeast community.
Okay. Looking at 9th Avenue North, where it connects to the bypass, and knowing that Coopertown is an answer as it develops, but also knowing that might be 4 decades to develop, does this need outweigh the need for the Northwest to be updated? And is this interfering with that?
Thank you. Through the chair. So we're just doing the Northwest sector study for transportation that will confirm what the needs are for currently and into the future. And I would say, I think our COLA, I'll ask Ms. again to speak to the higher priorities.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor, I think there's needs in both areas, and as Ms. Bryden said, the Northwest sector study will provide us a bit of information on the phasing and what's needed or what's changed in the Northwest. This study, again, is going to talk to or provide us with a proposed route. The construction is still several years out. Knowing this information, however, will potentially lend to things like other development in the area, should that be happening, and making sure that it's complementary to where this road potentially will go in the future. So this study, I think, is needed now for those types of things, but the studies, the work in prioritizing is more complex than this one over that one.
Appreciate it. I'll be supporting this. I wouldn't want to put an extra burden on the people of the East. There's a lot of talk about this budget about fairness and what our amenities are. If you live in the Northwest and in West Hill and you have to go to the store, you have to drive about 2.5 kilometers to get to the Northview Mall. And we get there to 9th Avenue and McCarthy, you can't even turn right. It's a red light with 2 lanes and someone's going straight, and no matter what, you're always waiting. You can't even make a right turn on a red. So I'm giving that for a little bit of backstory. Responsible decisions for a city as a whole. I wouldn't want to pigeonhole necessary transportation in the East to try to set one against another for a fight. So I want that plan.
Okay, Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Thank you, and to the chair. Arcola and Victoria are very, very important in the east to Ward 5 and Ward 4, and that traffic congestion. So this project is part of that plan for sure. But I'm also a designer, and if I knew I couldn't design something at a site, I wouldn't even begin. And that's just a logical thing. So to me, it would make sense to know if that land is even able to be built on. So I guess my question to administration, after the study, if they say no, have we just spent money on a study and no road? Because I don't really want to spend money on designs that aren't realized either. So I guess, does the city just get to unilaterally decide where a road goes, or what is the legal on this?
Ms. Williams?
Through the mayor, can I suggest we go into private to have this discussion?
I'll make a motion to go in camera to receive some confidential information around this project. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Sickley, any opposed?
Yeah, it is.
Carried. We'll be back. Okay, we received confidential legal advice on this project and no decisions were made. It is, I believe, back to Councillor Turnbull.
Oh, thank you, to the chair. Sorry. I have a second round of questions if I need it. I'm going to defer to the next person.
Okay, Councillor Radens.
Okay, so I've heard that engagement is involved, as with most of the projects city puts forward. And so at this functional stage, will consultation be involved at this phase, or what phase does it happen in?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, as part of this study, engagement will occur with all the stakeholders involved.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, just to clarify, we're looking at all options, correct?
Thank you through the chair, that is correct.
Can you, I guess, if you can't talk about it, do you have other options that you can say that we're looking at? Other routes possibly, or?
As was mentioned, there are options for routes, we believe, that do not impact the Ducks Unlimited land.
Okay, okay.
But all things are being considered.
All things.
And everyone will be consulted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, on to the second round of questions if needed. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, understanding that this RFP has community engagement and that you would do this anyways, but understanding the sensitivity with this, there's a lot of passionate people, some very strong views on this. Can I get administration's commitment, which I suspect will be the case, that in the new year when time permits, that we will prioritize meeting with Ducks Unlimited and interested stakeholders, given that that's part of the process, looking for some further confirmation?
Thank you. Through the chair, I will refer to Ms. Sagan to speak to the process that the consultant would take.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor, so the RFP that went out specifies that consultation is required. I can't speak to exactly what that will look like until a consultant is engaged.
Thank you. Through the chair, it would be my hope that as representatives of the city of Regina, that city administration would make an effort to meet with Ducks Unlimited, in addition to whatever delivery plan the consultant has. My second last question would be, I'm looking for confirmation again. I want to make sure I understood correctly. The previous engineering studies have indicated there are alternatives that may in fact see a road not intersect with this conservation easement, that is a potential option.
Ms. Sagan?
Through the mayor, it is our opinion that yes, there are alternate routes that wouldn't have to go through the McKell easement.
Okay, so I want to state for the record, I will never support personally with my vote, a road that goes through this conservation easement. This land is precious and it is important. I've also heard there's significant concerns with traffic. I've also learned more about how we're approaching this study. We should not be afraid of information. I will say though, that having heard material concerns from community is a reminder for us of the importance of proactive and early consultation and engagement. And I think some of that was lacking. So I hope it's a lesson to all of us, myself included. So with that in mind and the commitment, I hope, for city administration to meet with Ducks Unlimited, and with my clarity on the record that I will never support a road going through a conservation easement, I am prepared to look at all options for how we may ease traffic in that area of town, because I do believe we should be willing to assess information and not prejudge what that will say. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council members to inform their vote? Councillor Burton?
Just a question to the administration. Could people describe some of the ability for roadways that have integrated with other sensitive areas around the city, whether it's Broad Street through the Wascana Park, the Ring Road, the bypass? I was just wondering if there was some comments you had on the ability for roadways to integrate properly and safely and conscientiously with sensitive areas.
Ms. Sagan?
Through the mayor, whenever we do our work, we are very careful to be aware of all stakeholders, all regulatory and environmental requirements. That is just part of our regular due diligence in doing any of the work. So if we're working in the PCC lands, we work with them. If we're working in another area of different ownership, we would work with those. So that is as part of our regular work.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Bizo?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just going to put a bit of a amendment to this, and I just sent it off to our clerk and to Martha. And really what this is, from what I see this whole thing, it's a contentious issue, and it's more of coming along the project development, going all the way through development through stage gate review. And I'm just going to put a couple wording around here for more of a stage gate review that we do internally that doesn't require the external consultants. So as soon as we throw that up.
Councillor Bizo, this isn't part of budget, so it'd have to be brought forward as a separate motion at a later date. That's not part of budget deliberations.
Oh, it's for this particular item though. It is specifically for this one, I think.
No, but it's a policy change in how we approach the project.
Oh, okay. I understand.
Yeah, so you'll have to bring that up as a separate.
No, fully understand. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Thank you, and to the chair. This project, and like I said again, is very important to Ward 5 and Ward 4, and getting these, like with the traffic congestion in Arcola and Victoria Park. What I've heard from administration is that there are many options they're looking at, and they need the ability to go look at it, and that they will be consulting with Ducks Unlimited and McKell Conservation Easement, and that's what the point of this project is. And it is very important to Arcola East to look at all options, and I'm glad that we're looking at all options, and I trust that you will be engaging with all of our stakeholders and really looking at all of our values that we came together as a city to make sure that we find the best possible route to ease this bottleneck in Arcola and Victoria. But I don't want to postpone that work from happening. So thank you for your work on this.
Councillor Zakiniak?
Thank you. So as part, so just to clarify, written confirmation is provided. Okay. For the RFP for this project, that it will be exploring other alternatives to utilizing the McKell Conservation Easement. I heard that, so if you don't move forward with the RFP, will you be able to explore other alternatives?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, no. The RFP is for a functional study to explore routes for this extension.
Right. So if it's my belief that I also would like to, I'm not supportive of using the McKell Conservation Easement for, to address the traffic concerns in that part of the city. The way to explore other options is to allow the city to proceed with the RFP.
That is correct.
Okay. So because that is my interest, and also you said as part of that process, you will be also speaking to Ducks Unlimited and any of the McKell Conservation Easement folks.
That is correct.
Right. Okay, so to be clear, I am opposed to utilizing the McKell Conservation Easement. I am in favor of the city fully exploring those options, and I look forward to seeing what comes of the RFP process, and I hope we can find an option that wouldn't infringe on a conservation easement. So for that reason, and what will happen, I guess, after the RFP? Like, is that something you would report back to council, or when does that information get back to council, and how?
Thank you. Through the chair. So I would say that typically we would just carry on with the capital project. In this particular case, because of some of the legalities, if it was determined that the best route was actually through the conservation area, then certainly we would have to eventually come back to council with, you know, what priority there would be to do that, or you know, some other improvements to support the traffic in the southeast.
Okay, so if it's determined that the preferred route for administration is the conservation easement, you've committed to coming back to council prior to proceeding with that option?
Through the chair, we would have to.
You would have to?
Yeah.
Okay. So for that reason, like, I think there's definitely an opportunity to, you know, if this route is chosen, which it has not been chosen, to express opposition to that. The time for that will be later. Let's get the information and hope that a different route will come forward. I think that makes sense as a process. I think it's the only way to find it that I'm aware of. So, although I second this, I won't be supporting this amendment, unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Flores, you can close debate on your amendment.
Sure, I just have one question. To our knowledge, has anything changed since the ACOM study was done in 2012? Because that study was also exploring options.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that to Ms. Again.
Ms. Again?
Through the mayor, to my understanding, the ACOM study stopped short of actually making a recommendation. We weren't able to do proper engagement because of some landowner changes that were happening in the area. So my understanding, or my team's understanding, is there isn't a single recommendation coming out of that piece of work. While the direction may have been leaning towards this route, I don't believe there is a recommendation. We do believe there are other options that can be explored, and all of those will be considered in this work.
All right, thank you for that. So I'm just looking at the study here, and it says it is not possible to extend the Prince of Wales South without encroaching onto the conservation park. That's what the study that we commissioned says. I am not opposed to finding options. All I am asking before we award this RFP is to engage with the main stakeholder to confirm and check in the things that they have sent us letters saying, please don't do this, we don't agree. We haven't engaged with them to really clarify things. There is no two-way communication. I am also interested in finding options. Absolutely, I will support that. I will never support a road through a conservation site, but I will support finding options. We paid a lot of money for a study in 2012 that explored those options. It gave a lot of really good information. Based on that, all I'm asking, I'm not saying don't do the study, I'm saying hold on, before we award this, just check in with the main stakeholder and then go for it. I'm not asking to not do a road, I'm not asking to not do a study, I'm just saying engage with the main stakeholder before we go on to spend $300,000 to maybe be told early in the process, after we've contracted somebody to do this RFP, to be told that actually you can't do this. And then we're exploring the legal options of how we go through it because we're that late in the stage of the game. I am not saying don't do the study, I am not saying don't do the road, I'm saying please, given the information that we have already, the studies that have been done already, the engagement that's come our way, just engage with the main stakeholder before we go on to spend $300,000. We're in a tight budget, we're trying to find money everywhere. Not saying don't do it, just hang on until we engage. That is all. Thank you.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment.
Through you, Mayor, the amendment is lost in a vote of 2 to 9. Those voting in favor were Councillor Bezo and Councillor Flores. Those voting against were Councillors Fro, Sickles, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Burton, Radin, Zakidniak, Rasevich, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Okay, Councillor Flores, back to you on the main motion.
No, I think that's all for me.
Okay, Councillor Rasevich, second round to you on the main motion.
Okay. I guess we're here. I guess this didn't affect the budget, but I'm hoping that what I'm bringing up will affect the budget. I'm hoping. So I pulled up some items from December 3rd, from the third quarter general capital expenditures. And I put a list up there. And I guess basically my question, I got a couple questions. I guess which of these?
Are you, sorry, Councillor Rasevich, are you putting an amendment up first?
Well,
I'm just wondering if you're speaking to the main motion right now, or if you're putting an amendment up. I'm just checking which you're speaking to.
Well, I guess I want to put, I got some questions about a bunch of items that I'd like to put my amendment up. Yeah.
Okay, we'll get the amendment on the screen. We'll
Sure.
get you to introduce it, and then I'll get a seconder, and then you can speak to it and ask questions.
Okay.
So. Okay, Councillor Rasevich, I'll just get you to introduce it, and then we'll look for a seconder.
Okay, we might adjust it, but I said basically it's City Council reduced funding allocation to the following capital projects than the amounts outlined before, or part, you can say partial as well. Doesn't mean all.
Yeah, it has reduced, so that can be partial or full.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, as long as that covers
Okay.
it. So I guess.
And I can ask for, I'll just maybe get members to look at the list here, and if there's a seconder for this amendment.
Yeah.
Councillor Bezo. Okay, Councillor Rasevich, sorry, you can speak to your amendment.
Okay, again, so I see a lot of carry forwards, and in some, I guess I'll ask some questions. I can ask someone specifically, I guess. So I would say number 12, Parks Up Depots, Curry Field reduced, I put reduced by 3.4 million, but it's for baseball. I guess Curry Field, but if we're there's a potential of us building a new baseball stadium or somebody building one for us. And I guess if this money's set aside, can we not maybe reallocate some of these funds to other projects or possibly use that to reduce the mill rate?
Mr. Anderson, can you speak to this?
Just through the chair, just a question for the counselor. So these are all capital carry forward amounts? I'm just clarifying what these numbers, where they're coming from and.
Well, it's come from December 3rd, the 2025 third quarter general capital expenditure.
And through the chair, so is this amounts in capital carry forward that you're wanting to remove?
Yeah, it was number 12, so that would be, oh, sorry, where's that one? Curry Field. That was 150, so I'll tell you 150. Yep, amount carry forward end of the year.
Okay, so through the chair, so the way this would work is these are projects that have previously been approved and funded by council.
Right.
Now, we have to understand, so for all these projects, we'd have to understand what funded them. So if they're 100% funded previously by mill rate, then we would have to, council would have to cancel the project and return the funds to source and then reallocate them somewhere else. But we have to ensure that the funding didn't come from other levels of government, other users, or development charges or SAF funds, because you can't put it back. So we'd have to go one by one through these.
Okay.
And just start to understand where, what the impact would be, number one, and then where the funding came from. So you want to start with number 12?
No, we can start right from the beginning. I guess pedestrian connectivity. I guess we got carry forward 330,000, and I guess I don't understand maybe totally, but we have a capital plan that gets, I'm assuming, gets funded continually through mill rate.
Sorry, Mr. Anderson, can I just ask, so if these are carry forward items, I just want to be clear, are these items that were already approved by council?
Through the chair, correct. These are projects that have been previously approved and funded by council. They have funding available potentially in the capital carry forward. Council could cancel these projects, return the funds back to source, which would be, if it's mill rate funded, would be back to our capital pool, and then reallocated to other capital projects, which I assume the councillor then would want to reallocate the things that we're funding this year to lower the mill rate. We got them to cancel the projects. We identified projects that were.
Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, and we'll be back at 2:13. Okay, if folks could take their seats, we'll get started. Call the meeting back to order. Okay, Councillor Rasevich, I'm just going to go to you. I think you had a discussion with Mr. Anderson and Ms. Ackerman. Go ahead.
Yep, yeah, thank you. I found out this is much more complex, so I will pull this off the agenda. And
Okay. So we'll be back to you on the main motion.
yeah, okay, so I will pull it off the agenda, and this will be something that I guess I'll pursue during the next year and get more educated. And being, I guess, a first-year counselor, and not understanding where all the funding comes with all these projects, of which in this document there's 212 of them. Just so everybody in the city knows that there's a lot of items and a lot of projects that we're doing. So I will get more educated so that there will be some potential mill rate possibilities with some of these projects, but obviously the rest of council has to be involved, and whether we accept or reject certain projects, because just as I said earlier, like that Deloitte report, we're a small city, we can only do so many so many services to service levels and projects, so those are decisions we have to make, and that's something I'll be pursuing in the new year, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay. So you're good for round two?
I'm good for round two.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Okay, over to you, Councillor Bezo.
Thank you very much. I just created the file share site because my motions are fairly hefty, and I've got about 87 of them. So as soon as we get those pulled up, joking, I've got a couple. But I could put them on a file share site.
Which one would you like to?
Let's go for number one, please. It's in the Word document.
I'll get you. Well, while she's pulling it up, you can start to you can introduce the motion. And I'll look for a seconder.
Okay.
You want to start?
First of all, we've had several conversations around what we're going to call our enterprise asset management system, whether we're going to do it, we're not going to do it. This is the system that will allow our staff, the city staff, to do more work better, efficiently. It was identified clearly in several reports, including the Deloitte report. Our financial team has been struggling with their sticky notes and Excel spreadsheets, trying to find information. From an audit and finance perspective, I literally pull my hair out when I get a report that's 6 months late and I don't even know where our spend is at, because they don't have the tools or the resources to give us accurate data and forecasting. So I'm going to direct administration to allocate resources to the existing civic art capital carry forward of $400K to increase investment in technology, and that is for your enterprise asset management system. So you have funding for the rest of the year to kick this thing off the ground and come back with a solution that will work.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder on that amendment.
Question for clarification for administration.
Okay, a clarification, Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
I'm just looking for the right category, so I asked, is this the EBS business solution for 3.3 million, a portion of it that this aligns to?
Mr. Anderson?
Or whatever it was, sorry if I'm wrong on my amount.
Through the chair, I believe this would be line item 32 in Appendix A of the supplemental report, our capital projects. Oracle WAM replacement project, where we have $2.6 million of current contributions going in this year towards that project. So this would be allocating more money to that project, correct?
Correct. And the rationale behind it, I've been involved.
We'll just get a seconder, and I'll go
Sure.
back to you to speak to it, Councillor Bezo. Seconder, would anybody like to second this amendment? Councillor Mancinelli. Okay, Councillor Bezo, back to you to talk to your amendment. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. The rationale behind the increase in fees is because this is a heavy lift for projects. It's a solution set and architecture system that will incorporate what the city does on a regular basis to bring them to 2025 not 1995. So this is something that will ensure we do it right. We're well-funded. This is a future investment for the city so we can operate functionally and get timely reports, timely data, timely information required for budgeting cycles, and everything as councillors we ask for. So this is to ensure proper funding for the investment of the city of Regina to move forward.
Okay, I'll look to any questions members have. Councillor Mancinelli?
Friendly amendment, just for the sake of clarity, this is quite wordy. Could we just categorize this as investment into the J1284 Oracle WAM replacement project?
Councillor Bezo?
Sounds good.
Okay, that way it's lined up with what we're supposed to be in the book, and it follows through with administration.
I'll just get Mr. Anderson to weigh in as well. Go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you, Mayor. So in order to do this, we would have to return the carry forward in the civic art capital project back to source. That would be, if it's mill rate funded, that would be the GFR. And then you'd reallocate the money out of GFR to this project. We just need to do some work here to make sure that we don't have federal funding in there or anything that would preclude us from returning it to the GFR. Otherwise it might have to go, we just have to do some research. So I don't know if we want to just pause quickly.
Could I ask an unrelated question?
Yeah, go ahead and ask your question, Councillor Mancinelli.
If this passes, do you have the capacity to put it to use? And would this be helpful in gain efficiency administration?
Do you want to speak to that? Okay. Ms.
Sorry.
Johnson?
Oh, Ms. Johnson, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, we've been confirming through teams right now we have enough in the capital budget for next year to cover the work that we would be able to accomplish next year. Ms. Tink, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Without
Without the addition.
Yeah, so we couldn't even put this to use then, is what's being said? We have enough already?
At this point, we feel comfortable we have enough in the capital budget to cover what we could accomplish next year.
Okay, I guess that doesn't, I'll withdraw my seconding then.
Okay. Okay, so Councillor Mancinelli is withdraw his second, yeah. So does anybody else like to second this amendment, or I don't know if Councillor Bezo, if that changes given the information you've heard, if you still want to look for a seconder, I'll just go to you maybe quick.
Sure, I'll still look for a seconder, but I want to make sure this thing is well funded so we're not coming back to the trough regularly. Okay. If we can reallocate resources from something to put into something that's needed, you know, this goes from a nice to have to we must have, and it could go from we should have done it to we've done it.
Okay, so I'll look for a seconder because Councillor Mancinelli is not. Councillor Siklees. Okay, any further? We'll have to give administration a little bit more time just to confirm so we have the correct amendment on the screen. Okay, I'll make a motion to go in camera to talk about any potential other funding for this particular allocation. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Siklees? Any opposed? Okay, we'll go in camera briefly. Okay, let's take our seats. Okay. Call the meeting back to order. We went in camera to receive confidential information about external funding related to that funding allocation, and no decisions were made. So with that, I'm going to check again with Councillor Bezo, just given...
Well, given some of the funding allocations, let's pull this one.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Bezo, back to you on the main motion.
Okay, I'm going to go back to point number 2 in my long list of notes. And while that's getting pulled up, I'm going to talk about parks and green spaces and stuff that we've been passionate and talking to everyone about. And I think we've heard from an administration about underutilization and maintenance and cutting grass and everything else. But we realize and we recognize that we have a forestry problem in the city, and we also recognize that we have spaces that are underutilized and maintenance concerns and dollars associated. So I'm going to make a motion that directs city to direct administration to reduce the maintenance spend on these underutilized parks and green spaces by 20% and develop a plan to transition these spaces to, but not limited to, urban forests, get these trees back, naturalization, community gardens, or educational green spaces. All right, both of you seconded.
Hold on, easy. Yeah, I just need to. So the first part is fine. The second part again is more of a policy change. So I think just in the interest of focusing on the budget, I would say that just as of the point in time right now, you could direct to reduce the maintenance by 20%.
Okay.
Okay. So
and then we'll do the policy in 2026.
That would be, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and I'll just check with administration if you could give us an actual dollar figure of what 20% would be, just so we can be accurate.
Oh. Yeah.
Shannon.
Martha, how about the utilized parks? Where did you gotta get confirmation?
Councillor Bezo, can I just ask you to clarify? Mr. Anderson has a question around. Yeah, if you could just grab on the mic.
Just to clarify, you want to reduce the maintenance of all parks by 20%?
No, just for now, on a policy position, we want to say reduce the spend on those underutilized ones that have been defined by administration, that we have these postage stamp parks that really aren't being utilized that much, and they've already identified we can cut some fertilizer or grass cutting or however it is.
So we just need to, we'll have to ask administration if they can give us a definition that we can go by so we know which parks exactly that we would be cutting. Ms. Bryden, do you have some information?
Thank you. Through the chair, we don't have a classification of underutilized park space. So I'm not sure what you're referring to, Councillor Bezo, if you could
Okay,
provide
so
some
when you were
direction.
talking about the postage stamp parks in different areas that aren't really used that much, that would be what would be considered. I'm going to use for an example, up in Wallshakers is a place called French Park, which has got a little slide, play center, little toboggan hill. Across the street there's another park that is virtually empty. That park across the street, we could just revert it all to kind of forestry. And right across the street from that is another park which is very underutilized.
So can I say maybe we could say the Class C parks? Would that be what we're talking about?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm not sure. Mr. Irick, could you speak to how we describe a Class C park?
Go ahead.
Through you, Chair, we have 3 different parks classes. I'm going to start with Victoria Parks Class A. We have 3 Class A.
Speak up a bit.
Sorry. We have 3 Class A parks. Victoria Park, Central Park, and Kiwanis Waterfall Park. We have nearly 200 and I would say 250 plus Class B parks. These are irrigated parks with irrigation systems that are in them. So French Park, these parks would have those sorts of things. Then we have Class C parks, which are unirrigated parks, and I would point to off of Coleman Crescent in Glencairn would be a good example of what is a Class C. Now, I described to you in September, if you remember, we have the equivalent of 5 sections of space that we look after, of which 2 sections of land or 40% is Class B park space. The other areas would be things like Ring Road ditches, Arcola Avenue ditches, Louvain ditches, all of those types of spaces. So it's really difficult to describe beyond that.
Thank you. And through the chair, I would also like to add, we recently had the Parks Master Plan approved by Council, I believe in 2024, which described our approach to our parks as we move forward, increasing naturalization and other components, which Mr. Irick could probably speak to further. And we also are undergoing a forestry plan at this time. I believe it is almost completed. Mr. Irick can speak to that, please.
Okay. So first off, the Parks Master Plan calls for 25% of open spaces to be naturalized. I think we are at 13% currently, and we will provide a report on an annual basis as to how we're changing through that practice. We are doing an urban forest management plan. We are nearly finished the engagement piece, and then with that, we're actually going to be talking about restructuring forestry, KPI development, tree planting plans, all of those sorts of pieces. We expect to be bringing that back to council in Q3 of 2026.
Through the chair, I'd also like to add our parks maintenance budget has already been adjusted through the mayor's main motion. That would see some significant impacts on our park space.
Yeah, I was just going to indicate I have a Parks Class B to C adjustment partial of $1.25 million right now. So I guess, I don't know if Ms. Bryden, you maybe want to indicate what that reduction means, and then maybe that'll inform kind of our next steps here.
Thank you. Through the chair. So that would be changing our service level for Class B parks, basically going from maintenance once a week to maintenance every 9 to 10 days. We're also actively looking at reducing the usage of irrigation, or being very, Mr. Irick put some measures in place, I believe 2 years ago, to capture data on our irrigation so we can improve and reduce our water usage. The mayor's motion also has an impact on fertilizer usage, as well as I discussed before, the pest control.
So, and is there a way to equate, just based on Councillor Bezo's amendment, a percentage, like what percentage that would be, or it's got a number of different areas?
Yeah, through the chair, I don't feel equipped that I can demonstrate exactly what our underutilized parks.
Sorry, I just mean from what I've put forward, like in terms of the percentage reduction off of the, the 1.25, what percentage that would be, and then maybe we can use that to try and equate what an additional dollar figure might be. I'm just trying to find a way to equate the 20% that's in Councillor Bezo's motion to something.
I'll get Mr. Irick to speak to this.
Go ahead.
So through you, Mayor, when you take a look at the package that you've put forward, it's roughly about $2.1 million in reductions. In terms of how we brought the budget package to you, we originally asked for 21 million, so this represents a 10% reduction.
Okay, I think that's a good. Right, so I guess Councilor Bezo, if we added the 20%, we'd be at a 30% reduction, instead of a 10% reduction where I started from, just so we're, get numbers on the table.
Yeah, and we call it Class C parks, like, if we, or Class Cs. So that includes your roadways, if you're cutting them less, your ditches. Or conversely.
This one is B and C.
Yeah, and C, or conversely, 10% more of your motion.
Okay, so you'd like to, okay, so we'll change that to 10% instead of 20%, in addition.
In addition to your motion, yeah.
Yeah, by an additional 10%. Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Through the chair, I'd also just like to take this opportunity to add that our ability to plant trees this year is basically none. The capital funding for trees is below the line. So just wanted to add that.
Okay, well, we'll get, I think we have, so just to confirm, based on the conversation around the additional 10%, it would be an additional 2.1 million for a total of a 4.2 million reduction, is that right? I'll just maybe look for some confirmation. Mr.
Is that right? Through the chair, that'd be correct. I would also like to add that programming in these spaces would be severely impacted.
Yeah, in ditches and like a lot of soccer games happening in ditches.
The way this motion reads, it's reducing the maintenance of Class B and C parks by an additional 10%. That is not ditches.
Okay, so I think we have this on the, we have this written up now. So what we'll do.
Let's just go Class C. Let's keep it as Class C. Don't put the Class B in there because no one's using these Class Bs or Cs, sorry. So let's keep it on the Class C side of the equation.
Okay, so we need to know if it's Class C. They'll go back to Ms. Bryden because we don't, are you able to quantify what a 10% reduction on on Class C parks would be?
We have the soccer, we don't. If we had the.
While we're waiting, we're going to make a motion to forego our 15-minute recess. Can I get a seconder for that? Oh, not all at once. Councillor Radins, and a seconder. Councillor Fro, any opposed? Okay. Carried. Go ahead.
Through the mayor, my team's giving me a list that they have 26 Class C parks with an average cost of $3,367 per hectare of service. I don't have the hectarage in front of me, I'm sorry.
Mr. Anderson, would you be able to help us figure out at least maybe a ballpark number to work with?
I'm working on it.
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, there's no easy way to estimate what the 10% would be. We would recommend just finding a number. So we've already got the 1.25, I believe, in the original motion. And then if you wanted to add another 200,000, like give us a dollar number, because we're just not going to have that unless we take a recess and try and do some analysis.
Okay, I'll check with Councillor Bezo. Given that, do you have is that?
Considering it's like 3,000 acres and it's probably several acres, I think Mr. Anderson's number of $200,000 is probably more than acceptable.
Okay.
Not even knowing how many grasses we cut, I guess, is maybe more of an issue than the number is.
Okay, so we'll use $200,000 as the number for the reduction.
You did 20.
Yeah.
How's your math?
Okay, is there anybody that would like to second this amendment? Councillor Siklees. Councillor Bezo, you can speak to your amendment.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very valuable opportunity on learning how much space we actually own and maintain, more than the dollar value involved. But yeah, coming in the new year, the second half in the amendment, I will be fully making a motion to be looking at that for 2027.
Okay, do any members of council have questions? Form their vote. Councillor Mancinelli.
I don't really have questions, but I'm scared of the temptation that this might have to pass. No feedback from the public yet. Already having cut budget to parks, fertilization, things that will affect greenery. Thinking of all the service requests I've had for weeds, for manicure of our green spaces, already trying to shift to naturalization and the pushback. And then from the HIP amendment trying to save money, which is very tempting because of our mill rate. I believe this would be a letdown to the residents, especially without a little bit of feedback, having there been a cut in this budget already. And although Class C parks might not be used, they're very much viewed, and that's how we view our city. No stone unturned for savings. The ones that are pointed to us, maybe we should look at again. Thanks.
Ms. Bryden, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you through the chair. We did get our information, and I would like to add that Class C parks, we have 87 hectares at approximately $3,352 per hectare, which 87. $3,352 per hectare. So our current budget right now for Class C parks is $290,000. Some of these are used and programs. This is not all ditches. And so Class C parks, we currently mow them once per month, do string trimming twice per year. They're not irrigated. And then we do garbage, empty litter, etc. throughout the year.
Okay, thank you for the information. Councillor Fro?
Yeah, just briefly, absolutely look forward to working with Councillor Bezo, working with you in the new year. Naturalization is good for sustainability. It saves us money. I'd like to do that, though, with more time to work with you. So I can't vote today without two pieces together. I think it's a great idea. I think we'll save money and enrich our community. But let's do that in the new year, not today. Thanks.
Councillor Zakiniak?
Okay, so can administration just clarify, like, what all is categorized as a Class C park? So ditches was one example. What are all the different types?
Ms. Bryden?
Yeah, through the chair. So Class C park is classified as a park that does not have water irrigation. An example of a park would be Fines Drive Park. I don't know if Mr. Irick would have any others right off the top.
Go ahead. Not off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
Is there multiple, so aside from like, and also like ditches, easements, and that sort of thing as
So,
well?
Through the chair, shoulder cuts and high-speed right-of-ways could be considered Class C, but Class D parks are, you know, rights-of-ways and ditches. Example,
It's
Ring
Class
Road.
D?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there many, you said Fines Drive is an actual park, that's a Class C park. Are there lots of those actual parks that are Class C parks?
Through the chair, Ms. Burton has.
Thank you, and through the chair, one example that I can provide is McMurchie Park, where we have 2 ball diamonds, and we also have athletic fields on Class C parks that are not irrigated and are programmed.
Right, are there many of those?
We're trying to find that
Okay.
information.
And so, but, and you said the current budget is 290,000, so this would reduce your budget for all of them to only 90,000?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, you don't need to find the information, at least not for me. I think this is something that merits further exploration, but I don't think I can't be comfortable reducing the budget to 90,000 from 290, like, without additional information, sorry.
Okay, Councillor Bezo, I'll look to you to close debate on the amendment.
Yeah, so what we'll do, I'm gonna say, I'll pull this one because I don't think administration's ready for what this was all about or have the information or the data. So I think there's cost savings that we'll look for in 2027. So I'm gonna say, just yank it.
Okay, we'll pull this amendment from the floor. Back to you, Councillor Bezo, on the main motion.
Well, I'm gonna ask that my friend from Ward 8 support me on the next one here. And I'm gonna pull up number. Yeah, well, yes, she's sitting here, that one. Let me find it here for a second. Third point, please.
So you want to introduce while Martha's
And I will
bringing it up?
start
Go ahead.
introducing. So I'm going to introduce a motion, hopefully seconded by Councillor Zakiniak. She likes this one. That direct administration to reduce maintenance and or capital spend on Class 3 assets as defined by the Collier's report, Appendix B, by 20%. And this is not to say, you know, we've already said we're going to have Massey Pool and we're looking at the rink, so it's not really those ones, but I'm talking about the old assets that we are at the point of failure and have failed. And by the definition, the city of Regina says end of life, so let's not put any more money into it. In that program, this is more of a reallocation of money at that point. Whatever we save in that program, we want to invest, or I want to invest, and hopefully Councillor Zakiniak wants to invest in green retrofits. So as Mr. Doney mentioned that, you know, this will take money from the roof shingling project when the roof is about to collapse next year regardless, to put it into some of the green retrofits. Also, I want to explore the opportunities for investment in community complexes such as municipal entities like REAL, which may include private funding for green initiatives. So I want to open up the door to having private funding for green initiatives and have energy reduction projects.
Okay, so it'll be my first look at this. I would say the same situation. The the first point would be tied to the budget, but the second point would be something that would be a motion that would have to be brought forward because it's obviously a new initiative that's not tied specifically to this budget. It's something that we would do going forward. So I would ask that we would focus on point number one, the actual dollars and figures of the budget portion. Does that make sense, Councilor Bizo?
Yeah.
It's the same as every other amendment that we've talked about through the budget cycle.
Councillor, are you happy with that?
Well, she hasn't, there's no second, it's here.
I'm trying to help you out here. I'm trying to help you out here. So essentially, yeah, take out number two. If this is a new budget or a new discussion in the new year,
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. We'll put it into the new year. We'll make a notice of motion in the new year. But first of all, instead of putting some of this money into these diminished or these assets with diminished returns, and keep in mind, we already said we're saving Massey Pool.
Yeah.
Well, we got to start looking at the long term.
We'll get it. We'll look for a seconder first. Is there someone who'd like to second this amendment? Councilor Zakidniak. Okay, now Councilor Bizo. Now you can speak to this amendment before any councilors may have questions. Go ahead.
Okay, so I will just speak to this amendment. So administration has told us in here and also through the Collier's report that we have a lot of assets. So in the meantime, we have to look at a bigger review of what we are doing with our assets and how we manage our assets. So we have a lot of infrastructure that is at end of life, and no one has come out and said, like Councilor Mann, it is end of life or it's nearing end of life. It is done. So instead of trying to nickel and dime projects to keep these buildings around or whatever these assets are around to to keep them up just for the sake of keeping up, take that money, put them into what we have currently and start doing energy retrofits in our current ones that are not at end of life, and something that we need to do. So this is just reallocating money from column A, putting it into column B to enhance column B. In the meantime, we got the entire year to start looking at what that first column is and what we're going to do for 2027 from a 30,000 foot overview of actually getting rid of this old stuff to replace with net new.
Okay, I'm just going to ask administration again with the 20%. Are we able to quantify so we know what the dollar impact would be? Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you through the chair. Just to clarify exactly what report we're referencing here when we say the Collier's report in Appendix B. So is this Appendix B to the supplemental report or the original budget report? You're talking the capital, sorry, through the chair.
Yep.
The capital listing, is that what appendix you're on?
Yeah, the capital listing and also you guys have also told us specifically what the class 3 is a few weeks ago. So I'm going to pass this over to administration to explain more what the class.
Yeah, no, we're going through Mr. Anderson right now. He's going to walk us.
So yeah, sorry, through the chair. We just need to find where in the budget we're looking at first. So where are we trying to save money in the budget? So are you talking about the report titled Appendix B 2026-2020 Proposed General Capital Plan?
Capital prioritization support in the final report November 14th is a big part of it. And in there as well, you guys already have the plans on what the building assets are all about. So we were given information weeks ago what the state of all of our assets are about. So you guys have this information. That's the one.
So I guess the first clarification I would say is we were given the state. I don't know if we were given the dollars of maintenance for all of those. So I don't know if that's readily available through admin. So I think that's maybe where I'll look to Mr. Anderson if that may be the case.
So through the chair, so correct, I guess you say this as defined by the Collier's report Appendix B.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to clarify which exact report that is.
What's that? Capital prioritization support final report November 14th, 2025 from Collier's. They put a big report together that feeds into this discussion.
So which meeting?
Oh. Well, I'm going to say it was in the whole booklet.
Just a reminder, we haven't taken a recess, so if folks could make sure they stay in their seats. Councillor Bezo? Okay, Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair. So just to be specific, we don't believe there was any mention of Class 3 assets specifically in the Collier's report in Appendix B. That being said, there's two areas where we would have budget for assets for facilities. One is the FAM capital budget. So that's the facility asset management group that we had talked about earlier, the 13 million approximately. I can defer to Mr. Hansen, but we don't have any money for Class 3 buildings in that budget already, so there's nothing to cut. What we would then go to is our total maintenance budget for all of our facilities, which is roughly $15 million out of our, and that supports 800 facilities. I don't believe there would be any room to cut there without actually shutting these facilities down, but I'll pass it over to Mr. Hansen to describe the maintenance we do on these facilities.
Mr. Hansen, go ahead.
Sure, through the mayor. So these are facilities that are at end of life, and they've already been earmarked for minimal investment. So that's why there isn't any funding identified in the capital through our facilities asset management program. So we're simply performing the minimal maintenance required to keep those facilities operational and do our regulatory requirements in those facilities. So there would be no savings without closing those facilities, and they're currently housing operation staff and serving public services. So.
Okay, so Councillor Bezo, so I think part of your intent was to ensure that we weren't investing additional dollars on those assets, and it sounds like what I heard was that is actually the case. So they're actually doing the work that you want them to be doing with respect to those types of assets. So I'll just come back to you if you feel this is still needed, given that we've heard that information. Go ahead.
No, that's fine, I guess, if we have assets that are so end of life and we're still housing people in it, kind of shake my head at that one too, but I'll pull this amendment.
Okay, so we'll be back to you on the main motion, and you have a minute, 50 seconds. Go ahead.
You know, I've got nothing left on this.
Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Siklees. Go ahead.
Nothing from me, Mayor.
Okay.
Oh, it's almost 3.
All right. Okay, over to you, Councillor Turnbull.
Thank you, and to the chair. I do have one motion I'll be pulling up, but before I pull up that, I did have a motion I put forward yesterday looking at the capital projects of the police. What happened is I kept the lawyers up late last night, and they have told me that we cannot look at that budget. So I'm removing that motion, but I do have one motion I am bringing now.
While Martha brings it up, feel free to introduce it, and then I'll look for a seconder.
Okay, it's short. So the motion is to move the indoor skate fund, the indoor skate park funding to the playground renewal fund. It's $160,000. And is it showing up there? Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I'll look for a seconder for this amendment.
It's not, I don't know if that's written right. And then,
Sorry,
okay.
just looking for, I just have to get a seconder first before we move forward. I'll just let everybody read it. Is there a seconder for this amendment? If not, I'm going to pull it down.
In-camera information.
Okay, Okay, Councillor Zakidniak, okay, Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
If we could just go in camera quickly to talk about.
You just have to make a motion.
A motion to go in camera quickly to
And a
talk
seconder?
about the lease.
Councillor Radens, anyone opposed? Okay, carried. We'll go in camera to receive information on the skate park. Okay, if folks could take their seats, we'll get started again. We went in camera, received confidential lease information, and no decisions were made. So back to Councillor Turnbull to speak to your amendment. Go ahead.
First thing, I'd like to amend the dollar amount to be, if you just want to ask the administration to what the actual dollar amount would be. And all our stuff is off. Yeah.
Okay, so your question was to administration to update the
dollar amount.
The dollar amount. Ms. Burton? Oh, Ms. Bryden, sorry.
Through the chair, the dollar amount should be adjusted to 110,000, please.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Turnbull, is that, you're good there?
Yep.
And Councillor Zakidniak, you're good with that too? Okay. Okay, back to you, Councillor Turnbull.
Okay, the lease for the skate park will be active and it is ending in April. This is a difficult budget when we look at all of our plans, but when we look at the data and we look at our Parks and Recreation plan, it does have ranked what our activities are. And this year in our plan, we actually lost a lot of things in our capital plan. A lot of things in our capital plan fell under the line, and one of those things was our playground refurbishment budget. And that is one of the top priorities in our recreation plan for outdoor amenities, where the skateboards are less. What I've been told is that the skate park has been underutilized, and in the summer that there's many places to go in the summer for skateboarding and other things. So just based on making difficult decisions, and if we're looking straight at the data and we're looking at our own priority scores in our strategic plans, this funding could be reallocated as per our priorities in the Parks and Recreation Plan to help our playground refurbishment budget, where we have 152 playgrounds to look after right now. So that is the thought behind this.
Okay, any questions from council members? Councillor Mancinelli? Go ahead.
152 parks, one indoor skateboard park. It's a low barrier sport. It's a sport that a lot of kids who don't really take well to organized activities can engage in. It accepts people from every ethnic background, every religion, every thought. When those kids show up there, they skateboard together. It doesn't matter about rich, poor, black or white. It's a pretty deadly sport. Not everything is a playground. Not everything can go to a playground. Playgrounds are important. To cancel this off would be short-sighted. It was fought hard. It was canceled once in 2013 with the stadium. The skateboard community rallied hard to try to find something to hang on to, especially in a desolate place like Regina for winter. This was pieced together. It's probably even in a little bit of danger, but I think it's really important, especially to inner city youth. And I don't think we should cancel this. I think these activities are something positive and they build community. I hate to sound grumpy once again and speak against something, but it's just that we've had so much time on the playground. We have to realize there's a lot more to the city than just the playgrounds, and I don't want to see some kids put out to the side when there's 152 playgrounds already. I'd like to see administration doing the work of trying to figure out the zones of investment so we get access to good playgrounds and a lot of good playground work, but we got more things to do in the city. We have to do a whole bunch of things at once, and I believe this should be one of them. And as far as it goes for usage, yeah, I bet you it drops off in the summer. We got a couple outdoor skate parks. I understand that. I would be expecting that. But if you can have a 30% usage drop in Massey Pool, ignore the fact that it's end of life, and just because a couple people still want it, keep on going with it, I think this should at least bear that merit as well.
Okay, Councillor Turnbull, I'll let you close. Seeing no other questions, go ahead.
No.
I didn't see a light on from anybody. So I'll go to Councillor Turnbull if you'd like to close.
Okay, I do want to know, from administration on the numbers, the utilization, and the prioritization in the recreational plan and their thoughts on this.
Ms. Burton, or
Nope.
Ms. Bryden, sorry.
Thank you through the chair. So I will concur that playgrounds were ranked number 2 in the recreation master plan. Indoor skate parks were ranked number 6. And as per the numbers, I believe the usage is lower than maybe it was initially. We have not done any engagement with the skateboard community to understand why necessarily. So the lease does end at the end of April at Real. However, the allocation of that funding could be contributed to playgrounds or any other amenity, or continue to be attributed to some other indoor skateboard park solution.
So I guess my question would be, if I remove this and the lease was removed, like let's say the lease after the proper engagement, would it then be able to be recommended for something else in the plan at that time?
Through the chair, once administration does the appropriate engagement work, yeah, then I suppose there is opportunity to, well, there would be opportunity to allocate funding either back into indoor skateboarding or to something else.
So what I'm hearing is, if I took this off, we could have this discussion and do proper engagement, and still possibly end up with the same results in April, if I were to remove this right now.
Through the chair, I'm not sure that we would have that level of work completed by April.
Well,
and we are doing a review of our recreation master plan, which would also perhaps inform future investment.
So if the lease did get chosen to be discontinued, it would just go back to the recreation plan to be redistributed?
Thank you through the chair. Yes, I believe it would remain in capital carry forward for use of recreational.
Okay, I'm fine with removing this and letting you do your due process and engage with the community to see what the proper thing is.
Okay, we will remove the amendment. Councillor Trimble, back to you on the main motion.
That's it. Let's get the show on the road.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Burton, over to you.
Thank you. I just have statements here. So I'd first like to discuss the new process. Some on council may be concerned that we are making decisions without all the information and we are rushed. But we had a heads up in September. Yes, we need to make informed decisions, but as General George S. Patton said, a good plan today beats a perfect plan next week. This is go time. The city needs a plan. This is a new budget process this year. Is it perfect? No. Did people get to see how the sausage is made? Yes. Did I learn? Yes. Will we improve the process in the future? Yes. Now the budget. I know the administration has been working hard to be as efficient as possible. We recently went through an inflationary period during COVID. The council at the time may have been trying to help out. People were out of work, less hours, taxes didn't keep up from the city, and we fell behind. We are now in another inflationary period. Trump, tariffs, enough said. Taxes went up last year and are now going up again. But I can tell you there are people out there getting hit hard by taxes and need relief. Ward 4 has its share of community leaders, CEOs, doctors, lawyers, VPs, and such. But the lion's share of Ward 4 is your average professional, teachers, nurses, IT professionals, and retired people. The income level for retired teachers, nurses, and IT professionals is not CEO income. It is not astronomical income. It is fixed. And some recent tax increases have been significant. And when the increases add up to thousands of dollars, that's a huge chunk out of the retirement nest egg. People that saved, did their retirement planning, and now their income and retirement savings are being eroded significantly. Ward 4 residents are willing to pay their share, and then some, and they do. But there's a limit, and I'm here to represent that limit. Ward 4 is one of the areas hardest hit by the dollar amount increases, a ward where people take pride in their homes, have prioritized their homes, where they invest in their homes, and award of recent tax increases have been overwhelming. This week, there have been augmentations that could have been skipped, one which was quite significant. Some employee programs are less relevant and should have been reduced. There are budget items below the line that should have stayed below the line. We debated the individual motions, and they are won and lost. There were solid dollar savings and opportunities that didn't affect service and some that were lost. My motions were all for reductions or increased revenue. I do not now want to turn another stone on the fly in council and try and discover another savings. But I will now need to render my vote on the budget as a whole with the amendments as passed or denied. As a representative of the residents of Ward 4, I cannot support this level of mill rate increase. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Mancinelli, over to you.
Thank you. I have a question about the alley levy. When was the last time the level of service for alley maintenance was examined? And have we taken any input from the public about how we apply that alley levy and maintenance?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Warren as far as the level of service of the alleys and if that's something we've changed in the past or not.
Mr. Warren, go ahead.
Through the chair, the alley maintenance, I guess the alley renewal program, the alley levy program, it does go through like an analysis every year. The last time we made a major change was in 2023, I believe, where we went from I guess a yearly based renewal program when it comes to paved alleys. It used to be a 30-year program versus an asset condition program. So what we were able to do with that is instead of renewing an alley after 30 years, we renew an alley when the condition falls into a state of when it would need renewal. And we also introduced new reconstruction methods with that. So what we were able to do is basically do more renewal of those alley networks with this similar sort of alley levy cost. And when we look at the historical alley levies, we basically held the line on the increases from about 2019 till 2024. And since then, we've had some minor increases.
With the last election, the ward boundaries changed. I took on more of traditional Norman View as my residence, a little bit of an alley network in that area. New to the area, and I've had an enormous amount of complaints about unused alleys being cleaned repetitively in the winter without the street being cleaned. Is this historic for the area, or was there a change that brought this about last year? And if so, is this something that's been analyzed and maybe checked for efficiency or want of residents?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Warren to provide some information, knowing that this is part of the winter maintenance policy.
Yeah, thank you through the chair, and thank you for that flag, Councillor Mancinelli. So the winter snow clearing did improve, I believe, in 2024. We through a analysis of our service requests, we did find one of our higher percentages of service requests were from residents requesting more alley plowing. So we did increase that from plowing after 15 centimeters to plowing after 5 centimeters. So basically we do plow alleys after every 5 centimeter event, and that has been an increased level of service. That increase I think was represented in the 2025 alley budget, and represented, I think, if I remember correctly, about a $110,000 increase to that overall program.
Okay. I don't think a motion would be in order for that, so I'm going to leave that lie. Just a note, the alleys that have garbage service could use that type of attention. The alleys where people have to pull their garbage to the street, as the people I represent, it's really annoying them, and it looks like an overspend of asset and fuel from the outsider looking in, so maybe a bit of analysis for next year would be appreciated. See if I got anything else off my list here that I missed. No, I guess this is going to be a really hard budget to pass. Double-digit mill rate increase. Put a lot of work into it. And I'd like to call for a reconsideration motion of the Massey pool in a moment. And the reason is because I have to have belief in the value we're sending our people with such an important, large ask. After 5 days and everything else, trying to pull off every program, at the end of the day, it's administration that really dictates the information we should make our decisions by. And by the lead out and the explanation behind asset maintenance and how they designate assets, I think it was pretty plainly defined that that asset's at the end of its life. Actually, you know what? I can't. I can't call for that reconsideration. I'll just leave it be. If someone else feels strongly, they'll bring it up again. I'm good.
Okay, before I close on this, there's an amendment from admin to, there's an error found on the capital plan, so we'll pull it up on the screen. So we're just gonna I'll get I'll actually get admin to speak to the amendment that's up on the screen here. Sorry, I didn't ask who was gonna actually speak to it. Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, I'll just touch on a few things. So this would be our normal practice where we're asking for some capital to be pre-approved. And the reason we do this is so that we can put out our contracts in the fall of any given year. So currently we've already contracted out a lot of the road work that was pre-approved for 2026. And so what we're looking for here is to get pre-approval for the 2027 so that we can put those contracts out from about September till December to make sure we've got good pricing. We find that we get much better pricing when we provide contracts to the market before the new year, and this is why we're putting this forward now. It would normally be part of your budget, but it was just missed in the documentation.
Okay, so I'll look for a seconder on that, Councillor Flores. And any questions before we vote to include this missed item into the budget? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to start the vote on this amendment to include this information that should have been there in the first place. Okay, the vote is up.
Through you, Mayor, the amendment is carried unanimously.
Okay, and one more item, the clerk just advised Councillor Zakidniak, I think you would ask for a separation of vote, but you maybe.
I don't need it anymore.
You don't need it anymore?
No, I
Okay,
don't.
so we'll vote in its entirety as amended throughout the last 3 days. Okay, so we've come to this point. I'm going to be brief for obvious reasons. Again, it's a tough budget. We've heard a lot of narrative around that. I appreciate Councillor Burton's commentary around the process. It is a new process. We were trying to show how the sausage was made, so to speak. And I think in doing so, we've had a lot of lessons learned through this process. So, you know, council has tried to find areas to reduce, adjust, and reprioritize over 3 full days. And it's clear that there are no easy cuts. But what I can say is that every member of council I can see around this horseshoe cares. They all care about their community. They all care about what's best for their community, and they're trying to bring what they've heard from their areas to this budget. And it's not easy because we are jockeying priorities over and over and over again. So what I can say in conclusion is we've done our best. We've spent a lot of time looking through many items, and I appreciate the work that everybody around this table has done. We're never gonna get it exactly right, but we've done our best. So thank you everybody for that. And with that, I'd like to ask the clerk to start the vote. After we get the updated numbers for the expenditures. I'll just ask Mr. Anderson and Mr. May if they have the updated or if they need a moment to get that, or Mr. Blackster.
Mark the other here, they're 676 visible. Through the chair, in point A, gross expenditures is 676,452,499. And the property tax levy is 368,876,698. Did we reduce real? Just let me check on the real number one more time. No, that did not change. KER, just let me check economic development. It was the 120,000, that's already included in there, right?
Oh, sorry, I'll put your mic back on. Go ahead.
Through the chair, the EDR amount is correct. The $120,000 reduction as proposed in your original motion was included in that reduction, in that amount.
Okay. And then just the mill rate?
10.90%.
Okay. Are there any other updates that you, or did we capture everything? Should be good?
That should be good.
Okay. Okay, with that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the main motion as amended.
Through you, Mayor, the main motion as amended is carried in a vote result of 6 to 5. Those voting in favor are Councillor Councilors Fro, Mantinelli, Turnbull, Radins, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those voting against are Councilor Siklis, Bezo, Burton, Zakidniak, and Rasevich.
Okay. I'll maybe ask members, do members want a 15-minute break? Let's take a 15-minute break and we'll come back. Okay, call the meeting back to order. We'll now consider the second segment, the utility operating and capital budget outlined in recommendations number 11 to 16 of report CM 25-19. We'll use the same speaking order that was drawn by the clerk previously, with 2 rounds of 5 minutes speaking time each for all council members, with the chair to speak last in each speaking round. So Councillor Radins as the first speaker, I will ask if you would mind moving recommendations 11 through 16 of the report.
Yes.
Thank you. And can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Flores. Okay, Councillor Radins, so it's your time to speak on the utility operating and capital budget. And like I said, you'll have 5 minutes on the first round. You can ask questions, make statements, and otherwise. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
I will pass it on to whoever is second. Thank you.
Okay, I'll move to Councillor Zakidniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think it might be useful for administration to give a bit of an overview, brief overview about how you arrived at the proposed utility fees, like the utility increase for this year. So I just think that's a fair starting point.
Okay, Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair. So our utility has a long-term financial model, and that takes care of their operating and maintenance expenses for water, wastewater, and stormwater, and also our capital expenses. And so we have the utility model where we've basically got 3 different levers that we pull. One is how much capital are we going to invest. One is what it is utility rate, and the third is the debt. And so putting those things into the model, we look at it and determine that to have a sustainable model over the long term, we recommend a 6% rate increase for the basic utility functions, plus a 1.82% that was approved by council and passed for intensification related to utility.
Okay. And when residents want us to decrease the utility model, I mean, I think that's part of the reason you do your long-term modeling, but would you say that's difficult to just do on the floor of council? And my recollection is that that happened, or that did happen in recent years, and I think that actually had a negative impact on where we're at today. Can you speak to that a bit?
Yes, through the chair. So if the utility rate is not approved or if it's reduced, basically what we would do is defer capital. So what we would need to do in future years is reduce the number of kilometers of pipe that we renew or reline, or not do drainage upgrade projects to make sure that the financial model is still sustainable. But of course, that would start to put the utility at a larger risk of having unreliable service.
And I guess due to the fact that our water source is so far away, I guess, what are some of the factors that contribute to us having higher costs for water in Regina than other municipalities?
Yeah, through the chair. So our drinking water comes from Buffalo Pound Lake, where it's treated and then pumped to the city of Regina. Of course, the water source is not the most pristine water source, so our treatment costs are relatively high compared to some other municipalities that might live on a river, their water source. Also, we're relatively flat in Regina, so we pump water, but we also pump the wastewater a lot more than would be normal if you have a elevation in your city. And as been talked about a little bit over the last few weeks, we have clay soils, which have lots of contractions and expansions in the ground, which has a negative impact on our pipes. So we do have a large number of water main breaks compared to other cities.
Okay. Okay, thank you for providing that context. This is the utility rate has not been something that I've tried to, it's very complex in terms of all the things involved to get us good quality drinking water in Regina. And I've, through my time on council, tried to learn as much as I can about how this all works and all the intricacies involved in it. I haven't found clear efficiencies where we can find some clear, easy savings with the utility budget. So I have nothing further right now.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Fro. Go ahead.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Through you, Mayor, I just have one question for administration. I know that increases in costs are always a worry for residents. I was wondering if you could please talk about any utility or otherwise affordability programs that we might have, just so residents are aware of those, please.
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, I will pass that to Ms. Mills to give details on those programs.
Go ahead, Ms. Mills.
Thank you. Through the chair, we have a water utility rebate that's applied to customers that are low income and either a household with a person living with a disability or a household with seniors. That rebate is approximately $25 a month for low income households and up to $50 a month for very low income households. We also have what is called our high efficiency retrofit program, which is a voucher that we give to those same group of customers to have a water efficiency audit done in their home and then have high efficiency water fixtures installed in their homes. And we also have those same group of customers, they also qualify for a rebate on their waste fees as well. And we have a program for property taxes for those same customers, which is a property tax deferral program, which allows them to defer up to $600, $1,200, or the municipal property tax increase annually. And yeah, that's the programs.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So I'm just really glad to hear that we have these programs that can help support residents that might be otherwise struggling. Thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, just I guess I was wondering what state our reserves are in for utilities.
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
I'll start and then ask my colleague to provide information. Last names are not coming to me right now. But the utility reserves are at a relatively good state. It's really important to have reserves in place for our water, wastewater, and stormwater system. However, I'll just provide some context that when things don't go well within the utility, there are some significant projects that have to be taken on. So it's really important to have a solid reserve for the utility. And I'll just ask for an overview of what the reserves are and what they're projected to be.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor, the forecast for the end of 2025 is approximately $72 million in that reserve. At the end of 2026, it's forecasted to be approximately $50 million. In 2028, 29, and 30, it is forecasted to be below the minimum, and the minimum is $37 million.
Okay, are we, I guess, are we collecting money for reserves currently on our utility bills?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair. So yes, the way it works is that the money that we collect that you pay on your water bill goes into the reserve, and then we take out what we need to operate or spend on capital in any given year. So that utility model that I mentioned fluctuates each year depending on how much is coming out for capital. That's the main fluctuation. And those reserves do go up and down. As mentioned, they are dropping in the next few years, and a lot of that is because of the large capital project we have coming forward, whether it's to renew our existing infrastructure or to upgrade the wastewater system to reduce the risk of wastewater from entering Wascana Creek or into people's basements, or to do drainage upgrade projects to reduce the risk of flooding.
Okay, and I know we've heard about we have lead pipes and asbestos. So are those our programs? Is it collected from utilities to replace those?
Through the chair, yes. We've got a lead service connection management program that is funded through the utility, and we're on track to meet council's objectives of having those replaced. Our asbestos water mains are replaced based on break history, and so they are replaced somewhere between 7 and 9 kilometers a year. But we do have a lot of AC water mains that is a long-term plan to replace them based on break history.
So I guess, and if we wanted to accelerate, I guess, fixing or cleaning up the lead pipe issue, I guess we would have to increase our reserves or increase the charge to build up our reserves to be able to do that, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. One option would be to increase utility rate, and we're actually going to come back in the fall of 2026 at direction of council to give you an update on the lead service connection management program and what options are there to accelerate that program.
Okay, and I guess maybe, we could possibly approach provincial federal government too, maybe, possibly?
Yeah, through the chair, we're always looking for grant funding for all of our services, but in particular for our water, wastewater, stormwater services, it's important that we look for that, and lead is one option in the future for grant services, grant funding, if we can find a program for that.
Yeah, it would be nice. I mean, obviously, it would be nice if we could accelerate it a bit and, help all the residents in our city get rid of, accelerate getting rid of these lead pipes, for sure. It would be nice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Through the chair, the utilities, the utility reserves are critical to Regina, how we operate. We have a lot of failing infrastructure. I'm going to support the utility aspect. I'm going to also ask administration, what would it look like to have a very slight increase on a daily rate for utility? I'm talking like 5 cents for a line that's 5/8 to 3/4, 1 inch, 5 cents, all the way up to the big industrial users of $3 a day.
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, so the rate that's before you at 7.82, I think translates into just over $14 a month increase, and so Councilor Beazle, I think, is talking about a 5 cents a day increase on top of that. So if you had 5 cents a day at 30 days, it'd be an extra $1.50 a month.
Perfect math. Would that help to get a better rate of recovery on the reserves? And would that help get better advancement instead of trying to work through it for the next 20 years?
Through the chair, so yes, any additional funding into the utility reserve will increase those reserves in the short and long term. And of course, we can either choose to accelerate capital or we can choose to build those reserves depending on council's direction.
Thank you. What would, you're asking us for guidance. What would it look like then from accelerated reserve replenishment for that 5 cents?
Through the chair, I don't think we can adequately calculate that right now. But like what I would say is that we've got our long-term utility model. We're trying to balance what residents are paying versus the reserve amounts, but anything in addition does help the reserves in the short and long term.
Okay, I think we'll reserve this for the 2027, let it go as is, but I think we got to look at something sooner than later. We've heard throughout this entire debate for budgeting that our reserves are in bad shape. We have to start doing something more on the reserve side. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sicklys, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I wanted to draw attention to Appendix F, which is page 424 of the agenda, which is wastewater user fees. It looks like there's some good news there, and I did read the idea behind it. But I'm kind of thinking similar to what we do for snow. You have a warm winter, you don't use up the budget, we put it back, then another year you're going to go up. This one is a little different in that we're saying we funded a reserve, and I don't know how much that is because it's not in F. We funded a reserve, now we're going to pay from the reserve to lower the cost of waste pickup. I'm just wondering, and it may sound strange coming from me, but like, why are we giving it all back and then maybe taking it all again later? Could we do a bit more of a smoothing economically over time?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair. So yes, what Councillor Sicklys is referring to is a solid waste user fee. And so Council actually in the last motion did approve dropping that to $43.80 a year, with a one-time rebate of $27.50 in January. So it's positive news for the water bill, because we charge the solid waste user fee through the water bill. And the reason that we're recommending that is we really want to keep our user fees tied to what they are providing service for. And so solid waste user fee is used for picking up your garbage, your green cart and your blue cart, and processing it. And we have a reduction in those costs because of the agreement we entered into with the province for SAS Recycles. And so we're giving that back to the residents through this rebate that was approved.
So I just wanted to maybe have a thought experiment of keeping some of that extra, and can you cross-contaminate it with another reserve on the other side? Water, for example.
Through the chair, generally, no, that's not advice that we'd provide. So if you're going to collect a fee for a particular service, that you stick with that service. So solid waste user fee is used for solid waste, and water fee is used for the water utility. I can ask Ms. Williams just to give a bit more context of that if she'd like.
Ms. Williams?
Yes, thank you through the chair. Mr. Donny is absolutely correct, and I think that was a clear explanation that utility fees and user fees are required to be used for what they are collected for, so we can't move them around.
Okay, so keep them separate.
That's correct.
So there is a possibility in the future that this discount that's going in here will be turned into an extra charge, depending on how well financially we're doing with the garbage pickup?
Mr. Donny?
Through the chair, so we're very confident right now that the reduction in the user fee is sustainable for the foreseeable future. It is for the cost to pick up and process those three different services: garbage, recycling, and green carts. And some of those services are contracted out, others are provided internally. But I would just expect small inflationary increases to that user fee in the future. I wouldn't see it needing to, increase what we're as much as we're decreasing it right now.
Do you have some statistics on the reserve? I don't see them in Appendix F. Are they in another appendix?
Yeah, through the chair. So this is our solid waste reserve, and not directly tied to the water utility that we're debating now, but I think it's still good if you could provide the solid waste reserves, which is this funding, also the funding for the landfill.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, the solid waste reserve balance expected at the end of 25 is approximately 52 million, and forecasted at the end of 26 around 46 million. And the minimum balance for this reserve is 43.9 million.
Okay, we're more than minimum. That's awesome. What is the annual cost of the 240 and 360 liter garbage bins combined?
So with the rebate that was approved, the 240 liter garbage cart yearly fee will be $149.65. And with the 360 liter garbage cart fee, the fee will be $240.90 per year.
So the sum that I see of 2.7 million for 25 and 2.977 million for 26 is that multiplication that I just asked for? Number of carts times price per cart? Is that what that number is?
Through the chair, just where are those first numbers coming from?
And F, same Appendix F, under fee changes.
Oh yeah, through the chair. Okay. So what that table is showing is that in 2025, our cost for processing recycling was 2.7 million. Sorry, that was the projected cost. It actually cost us 830,000, and so we had a total cost savings of 1.87 million. So that number divided by the number of carts of 67,970 resulted in the one-time savings of $27.51.
Okay, great. So I'm reading that correctly. All right. Well, good luck. 5-year average, we said? Is that how you kind of calculated it?
Through the chair, yeah. For the solid waste user fee, in general, we're looking to have it over a 5-year average. So, some years will be higher, some years will be lower. That's why we have the reserve, so that we wouldn't expect to increase it on a yearly basis, but over the 3 to 5 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Turnbull. Go ahead.
Oh.
You're good? Okay. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you. This will be quick here. What % complete is the Eastern Water Project at this point?
Mr. Donny?
Through the chair, I can talk to you a lot about the Water Network Expansion Project, and we're really proud of that project. So it was a $185 million project that was approved by council. We brought that project in under budget at $170 million. As of last Monday, we took it over operations with the city, so that project is complete. It's substantially complete and it's being operated now, which means that we have more water reservoir capacity in the city that will reduce the risk of any water restrictions that we had earlier in the year. So that project, the internal staff, the consultant and the contractors did an excellent job to bring that project under budget and about 6 months to a year ahead of schedule.
Wow. Through the chair, wow. And that makes my second question, is there any level of risk or uncertainty with the remaining steps on the project from a financial point of view? I'll take it a no is probably correct.
And that would be correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. That solid waste reserve, was that 52 million?
Sorry, pardon me?
The solid waste reserve, 52 million. Did I hear correctly?
The forecast for the end of 25, yeah, 51.8 million. I rounded up to 52 million.
And so in that reserve, do we hold the decommissioning fees that we have to set aside for the landfill in that reserve?
Yes.
Okay. I noted that you were successful in getting the yard waste, thanks to Calvisis. I think that's excellent. Sorry, I'll speak up. I noticed that we finally landed our yard waste program. I see that's very exciting. If I'm not mistaken, we set aside a couple $1 million every year to decommission this landfill by federal law. And I'm wondering when we're going to update the set aside amounts for what we have to set aside now that we've extended the life of the landfill to the yard waste.
Mr. Donny, go ahead.
Through the chair, I'll provide some information, just knowing that this is not the water utility.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
topic.
thought this was still, oh, my apologies. I thought because it was all on the, okay. That was where I was going with my questioning. I'm off base, so I'm good to go.
Okay, for me, I have no questions, but I'd also like to echo amazing job on the Water Network Expansion Project. Incredible work by the team. So I'll now move to the second round of 5-minute speaking time for each council member, and we'll go through the same order. So Councillor Radins, I will check with you first. Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to just say thank you to administration and all the work that you folks put into the utilities, and just great job. Onwards to speaker number 2.
Okay, Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
I'm good, thank you.
Councillor Fro.
Nothing short.
Okay. Councillor Flores.
I am good as well, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Rasevich.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Bezo.
Good.
Good. Councillor Siklees.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. When's the next collective bargaining agreement date?
Is that related to utility, Mr. Anderson? Just check.
I don't know. Is it?
Through the chair, I'd ask for which union.
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't say. What I'm reading here, it just says. It doesn't give me the union number.
Mr. Donny?
Through the chair, just for some context, so we don't have a union specific to the utility. It's the union that is for kind of all outside workers, is Local 21 and Local 7. So I don't have those dates right now, but we don't have a union specific to the utility.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, is there anything special we have to think about 26, 27, other than what we've been looking at?
Mr. Donny?
Through the chair, no, from a labor perspective, our contracts are signed, and there'd be no increased labor costs from a CBA perspective for the utility or for the rest of the organization for that matter.
Okay. Thank you.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Turnbull?
All good.
Okay. Councillor Burton?
Pass.
And Councillor Mancinelli.
I'm good, thank you.
And I am good as well. Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Radens. I'll just check if you want to close debate on the utility budget.
No, carry on.
Okay. So with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the utility operating and capital budget recommendations number 11 to 16. Councillor Bizo, just get your vote on the utility capital.
Yeah, sorry. Yes.
It's okay, thank you. You want to vote verbally or on the system?
Done, sorry.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
All good.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, the utility operating and capital budget is carried unanimously.
Okay, we'll now consider the third segment, Regina Public Library Board's mill rate request is outlined in recommendations number 17 and 18 of report CM 25-19. We'll repeat the same speaking order that was drawn with 2 rounds of 5 minutes speaking time each, and 1 round of 3 minutes for any amendment. As before, the chair will speak last in each round. And Councillor Radens, I will ask if you could move recommendations number 17 and 18 of the report with the following amendment to number 17 of the report as outlined in supplemental report CM 25-20. And that one's to amend recommendation number 17 noted in report item CM 25-19, 2026-2027 budget deliberations with the revised wording provided as follows. And that was A, recommendation number 17, approve the RPL board approved 2026 budget and mill rate increase request of 9.35% for the Regina Public Library as summarized in Appendix G, debt reserves and deferred revenue of the Regina Public Library. Okay, sorry, Councillor Rands, I didn't have your mic on.
I'm sorry, yes, so moved.
Thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Flores? Okay, and so I will go to Councillor Radens to speak to this request. Go ahead.
I will. I've got nothing. I'll pass it on to Councillor Zakidniak.
Okay, Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
So, sorry, what is the updated mill rate increase request?
It
You
is
just said it.
9.35.
And in the original, it was originally 9.83. So why is, can someone explain, was it just an error or what happened, why that changed?
Yeah, I'll get Mr. Anderson to speak to that. Go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, that was a clerical error. We picked up the 2027 number and put it in the 2026. So that
Okay.
was a clerical error on our part. So we've corrected that.
9.35. And that 9.35 includes the operational request plus the dedicated mill rate. So that's my understanding. So if you could just break that down as well, please.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. I'll maybe pass it over to Mr. Black just to give the breakdown of the two individually.
Through the chair, the operational impact is 3.85% for 2026, and then plus the 5.50% for the dedicated mill rate for debt.
5.50.
5.50.
Yeah, dedicated mill rate. Okay. Now, and if someone can just, like, this has been asked before, but as a reminder, and someone can verify this, this dedicated mill rate has been, requested by the library for whatever form central library renewal takes. So whether that's investment in the current facility, a brand new structure, or anything, like it's still wide open at this point, but it's just for central library renewal, which is needed, like whether on the existing building or otherwise. So if someone can just verify that.
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, I believe that is correct, Councillor. Has not been earmarked for a specific project yet. It is simply money being put aside for an asset that's coming towards end of life.
Right. Okay, I originally had, on multiple occasions, expressed hesitation about moving forward with too many capital projects at the same time. But once we committed to moving forward with not only the pool, but also setting aside money for the library, I think since then, I've felt that it was important that we follow through on that commitment. So I was concerned we were doing too much at the same time. We've now committed to both. I think we need to follow through on that commitment. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Nothing for this round.
Okay. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Just support the public library, but otherwise nothing this round.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Okay. So 3.85 is for this current library operations, and the 5.5 is dedicated for, I guess, the potential of a new library? That's correct, right?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct, Councillor.
Okay, so this vote's combined, I'm assuming?
Through the chair, yes. Right now, we're asking for approval for both of those rate increases.
Okay. Can't be separated?
Through the chair, I'm looking at the city clerk here. I don't see a reason why they couldn't be separated.
Ms. Ackerman, go ahead.
Through the chair, as long as admin has indicated that there's no implications with separating them, absolutely you can separate the vote on those items.
Okay. I ask we separate them.
Okay, Mr. Anderson, there's no concerns from your side?
Through the chair, no, none that I can think of.
Okay. Okay, so we'll separate the two mill rates.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. Anything further, Councillor Rasevich?
No.
Okay, Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich, for separating the 5.05 dedicated mill rate for reserves. I'm all about reserves. However, at a $20 million reserve where the library is sitting at an investment rate of roughly 6% a year, what they're getting a lot more than what they're getting from the dedicated mill rate, which is far short from funding a project of $150 million magnitude with a loan of $120 million, which I might remind everyone we do not have debt room to fund this. On that case, I will not support the dedicated mill rate for the library renewal project.
Okay. To you, Councillor Siklees.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. For administration, for the benefit of the public that might be thinking this is a total 10% mill rate increase, can you translate it into what it really is on the tax bill? For both?
Through the chair. So yeah, this is their own mill rate, so it is different than our property tax mill rate. The total impact of this for the average household would be, for the total increase would be $1.65 per month.
Okay, we're going to put amendments up on the screen at some point for this, or the split, the one and the two?
Are you just speaking about separating the vote?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when we go to vote, it'll be two separate votes.
And then maybe we can put those numbers on each of them, the right number for each of them. As opposed to the total, we're going to have.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. So, yeah, to indicate what each impact is?
That's all. Yeah, that's all for me.
I understand. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
I'll skip this round.
Okay. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Nope.
And Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a necessary, good project, and it's been a long time coming, so I'll be supporting.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll just indicate, as indicated by Councillor Zakidniak, it's not necessarily for a new, it's actually so they can put money away for whatever that renewal looks like, whether that's a renovation, whether that's a capital project, whatever that looks like. So I'll be supporting that in the interest of all the other conversations we had with respect to reserves and maintaining assets. I'll be supporting both of those mill rates. And that's all I have. So we will move to the second round of 5-minute speaking time, and it's back to you, Councillor Raddens.
Okay, thank you. I also echo Councillor Mancinelli's sentiments. It's been a long time that this library has been waiting for this, and so I support them on both counts. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
I'm fine, thank you.
Councillor Fro.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly through the chair, just thought I would provide some clarity briefly on debt. As was mentioned earlier in council, we have recognized the need to ensure that our critical infrastructure is well funded, and the growth of our community has necessitated certain things like the wastewater treatment plant be looked at, and that's appropriate. And so what we've asked is for administration to come back to us in February with a look at what is available by way of debt for Central Library renewal, and we'll discuss it at that time. And of course, no decisions have been made around that debt, and that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, and just because you said for now, this is the second round of speaking on this, so I just want to double check that if you're good for that round.
How much time do I have? Just joking, I'm done.
All right, thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I just quickly wanted to mention when we had delegation, someone talked about the impact that the libraries had on them. They talked about that over the time that they spend paying taxes, they had a tenfold return from what the library gives them. So I think libraries are such a fantastic community asset. They're the last remaining fully accessible and open to anyone third space. I think it's important that we signal to our community that we support this asset that is open to everybody. So as it has been said, it's been a long time coming. Whatever the way that is going to be renewed, I think it needs to be kept up. So I fully support this, and I hope that my colleagues will as well. Thank you.
Councillor Rasevich, anything further? Go ahead.
No, Council, of course, mentioned keeping up the library, but I believe they have 19 million in the bank right now. So anyways, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I'm going to just state quickly that 48% of Canadians are $200 away from not meeting their monthly bills, and we just took away another $30.
Okay, Councillor Siklees, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. Ooh, that was depressing. And I like libraries, so use them regularly. And I can't direct where the money goes. If I could, I'd have it all in Ward 2, but can't do that. So I'm waiting to make my vote.
Okay, Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Thank you, and to the chair. The past council, this council committed to the library mill rate, and they're looking for solutions to the central library right now, and I think it would be really disingenuous for this council to take back that mill rate now as they're going through that process. I don't think now's the time to back off while they're in that process. So even though it's a very, very, very difficult day and difficult budget, I don't think it's the appropriate time to take away that mill rate. And also, we've spent weeks, like the whole week and time before that, talking about reserves and deferred maintenance and doing things properly. And I don't necessarily think it's a good thing to punish one of our partners by saying, oh, you actually saved money, you're actually doing things properly. We didn't, so we're going after yours. So the library is trying to do some good financial management here with actually saving some capital and doing some work. So I'm going to support this and hope that there's a solution found with all of their RPs and our other debt room, and look forward to working with them in the new year.
Okay, Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Through the chair, let's vote.
Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Maybe just a comment to mixed messages. Up to 150 million if necessary for a library project, which I believe they've understood that they really can't go that high and that there's pressures and they're looking to work through. Trying to assemble the necessary money for that project, not 10 years after, but before. Having anywhere from 15 to 25%, depending on what kind of proposals they have, set aside in savings, and trying to lobby just to go ahead and cooperate with them is what I see going on. I don't see it problematic for them to have that reserve, knowing they have an aged out building that's well beyond investment value for their needs, and trying to be fiscally responsible for the upcoming project, knowing the pressure on the city for the debt that's been mentioned and all the pressure on the residents within it to still manage to secure those reserves and try to build them for the project. I think those are responsible steps to be taken, not to be frowned upon, but to be thanked for. So I just wanted to mention, like, thank you for holding the line and trying your best, and all the different pressures against you and armchair quarterbacks, 20 years worth of trying to plan through something. I hope you can follow through to see how those proposals come, and I hope one's exciting that something could finally be capitalized on.
Okay, and I have nothing further, so I'll go to Councillor Radens if you have anything to close debate.
No, let's vote.
Okay, so we're going to do two separate votes as indicated. So the first vote number 1, as indicated on the screen, will be for the operations mill rate of 3.85%. Okay, so I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on separate vote number 1 for the 3.85 operational mill rate.
Through you, Mayor, the vote on the mill rate for operations is carried unanimously.
Okay, now I will ask the clerk to start the vote on separate vote number 2, the dedicated mill rate for Central Library of 5.5%.
Through you, Mayor, the vote on the dedicated mill rate for the Central Library is carried 9-2, with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillor Fro, Sickles, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Burton, Radens, Zakidniak, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those voting against were Councillors Bezo and Rasevich.
Okay, we got a few more items, folks. I know. Okay, we'll now consider the fourth segment, other related recommendations outlined in recommendations number 26 to 28 of report CM 25-19. And I will keep the same speaking order as drawn, but with only one round of 5-minute speaking for anybody who would like to speak to this particular item, the other related recommendations. So I will ask Councillor Radens if you would please move recommendations number 26 to 28 of the report.
So moved.
Okay, and a seconder, please. Councillor Zakidniak. Okay, Councillor Radens, any questions or comments on this report?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Zakidniak.
Well, I think it would be like fair for administration to briefly state like what these recommendations are. So I see them as housekeeping, but if you could just clarify what these 3 recommendations are, I think that might be helpful if anybody's still watching 5 days later.
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, yeah, these are essentially how we enact the budget. So now that you guys have approved the 3 levels of the budget, this gives us permission to work it through our systems, gets the city solicitor to prepare any necessary documents so that we can actually put this through and put it onto our mill rates and pass it on to our residents.
Okay, and I guess on that note, so there was some talk earlier about potential bylaw amendments. Are those coming forward today or at a later date?
Through the chair, so those would come through later. So that's why we put the effective date as April 1st. So we'll have to work on the bylaw improvements, and maybe I'll pass it on to Ms. Williams for more details on that.
I'll get Ms. Ackerman to speak quick, and then I'll come back to Ms. Williams. Go ahead.
Through you, Chair, that's partially correct. There are 2 bylaws that will be added to the agenda as soon as we are done this item, and that is going to be bylaw number 2025-49, the Regina Leisure Fees Amendment bylaw number 2, and the other bylaw will be bylaw number 2025-93, the Regina Transit Fare Amendment bylaw 2025 number 3. There will be a few other bylaws that Ms. Williams can speak to that will be brought forward in February to come into effect April 1st.
Yes, thank you through you, Mayor. The other bylaws that were passed as part of some of the motions that passed today, including the bylaws with respect to traffic fines and parking meter updates, those ones will come forward in February to be approved for the April 1st deadline. There are other bylaws, however, to be passed this afternoon. I think the clerk, acting city clerk, has spoken to those, but they are the debt bylaws as well as the 2 bylaws that we brought forward and the bylaws with respect to the utility.
Okay. Is there a water bylaw as well?
Through you, Mayor, yeah, there's I believe the water, the wastewater, and sorry, I can't think of the last one. Just the 2, the water and the wastewater.
Sorry, and when's that one?
They're here today for the utility, yes.
Okay. And what would happen if any of these bylaws failed now that we've approved the budget?
With respect to through the mayor, with respect to the bylaws that have an impact on mill rate, if they don't pass today, they will, the mill rate has been affected because the budget has passed. So if the bylaws don't pass that increase the fees, for example, they will have to be funded out of the general revenue fund or general reserve fund.
Okay, so like because the motion passed, the money would still come out, but it would come from a different source.
Yes, oh, sorry, I'll pass it to Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So now that you've set the budget, basically the bylaws are enacting us to set the rates at what you've set the budget to. If you decline to now set the rates at what you set the budget to, we will run a deficit, which will then fall to our GFR, and will have to be funded through the GFR. Right, so the first step was setting the budget, which passed. Now the next step for the bylaws is you actually giving us permission to set the rates at what was in the budget. If you refuse to do that, we'll just run a deficit.
Well, and fund it through the general fund reserve.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Williams, go ahead.
Sorry, and through the mayor, just to correct myself, and I said there was 2 other with respect to the utilities. So there's the waste, the water, and the wastewater bylaws as well. So there's those 3. Sorry.
And those are all published on the meeting agenda?
Those were all published on the meeting agenda, and then the other 2 that we brought forward just with respect to the ones that are passing for January 1st.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I could talk about bylaws.
Okay, Councillor Fro, any questions? Councillor Flores?
Nope.
Councillor Rasevich?
I'm good.
Councillor Bezo?
All good.
Councillor Siklees?
No questions, Mayor.
Councillor Turnbull?
Okay.
There was a thumbs up for the record. Councillor Burton,
Check.
and Councillor Mancinelli.
I'm good.
Okay. So with that, Councillor Radens, would you like to close debate?
It has been a very fun, long, and exciting week with all of you. Thank you, and I hope that you have a fantastic, deserved next few weeks off with family, friends, and the holiday season. And thank you for a great week.
Okay, thank you. And don't forget, we still need to approve some bylaws. Okay, so I will ask the clerk to start the vote on recommendations number 26 to 28.
Through you, Mayor, the administrative portions of the budget, recommendations number 26 to 28, are carried unanimously.
Okay, we have another vote here. So we're now going to vote on the main motion as amended. So that's everything, literally everything all put together. So this vote is for all budget items outlined in recommendations 1 to 28 of report CM 25-19 as amended. So this includes any amendments adopted by City Council on the report as follows. So the city general operating capital budget and city debt existing new limit calculation, recommendations number 1 to 10 and 19 to 25 as amended. The city utility operating and capital budget, recommendations 11 to 16. Regina Public Library Board budget, recommendation number 17 to 18 as amended. Not as amended. And other related recommendations, recommendations number 26 to 28. So it's essentially just to put everything together as was voted on previously. So I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the main motion as amended. Councillor Mancinelli? That's okay. Got it now.
Through you, Mayor, the main motion as amended for the entirety of the 2026 budget is carried 9-2, with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillor Fro, Bezo, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Burton, Radins, Flores, and Rasevich. as well as Mayor Bashinsky, and those voting against were Councillor Siklis and Zakidniak.
Can I get a motion to add the following two bylaws to the meeting agenda? Bylaw number 2025-94, the Regina Leisure Fees Amendment Bylaw number 2, and bylaw number 2025-93, the Regina Transit Fare Amendment Bylaw 2025 number 3. Councillor Radens, and the seconder, Councillor Burton. Any opposed? And that is carried. Okay, we'll now consider the public notice bylaw related to the previous report. So I'll ask Deputy Mayor Flores to do first reading of bylaw number 2025-89, the 2026 alley maintenance special tax bylaw 2025.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Rasevich, the bylaw number 2025-89 be introduced and read a first time.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, first reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously. Councillor Zakidniak was temporarily away for the vote.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
Sure. I move, seconded by Councillor Siklis, the bylaw number 2025-89 be read a second time.
Do any members of council have any questions on this bylaw? Councillor Zakidniak?
Sorry, I had to step away. What bylaw is 2025-89?
The 2026 alley maintenance special tax bylaw.
Thank you. I just didn't see it in my agenda.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Yeah, no problem. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the second reading of the bylaw.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
Sure. I move, seconded by Councillor Frau, the bylaw number 2025-89 go to third reading at this meeting.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Bizo, just waiting for your vote. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously as required by law.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do final reading of this bylaw?
Sounds good. I move, seconded by Councillor Burton, the bylaw number 2025-89 be read a third time.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Siklis? It's okay.
Through you, Mayor, third reading and final reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Okay, we'll now consider the following bylaws. 2025-90, the Waste Management Amendment Bylaw 2025 number 3, 2025-91, the Regina Water Amendment Bylaw 2025 number 3, 2025-92, the wastewater and stormwater amendment bylaw 2025 number 2, bylaw number 2025-93, the Regina Transit Fare Amendment Bylaw 2025 number 3, and bylaw number 2025-94, the Regina Leisure Fees Amendment Bylaw number 2. I will ask Deputy Mayor Flores to do first reading of the bylaws. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Zakiniak.
I'd like the transit one separated.
Okay, so we will separate the bylaw number 2025-93, the Regina Transit Fare Amendment Bylaw 2025 number 3. We'll do a separate reading for that bylaw.
Are we doing that one first or last? Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so of the bylaws that I read, we will vote on bylaw number 2025-93, Regina Transit Fare Amendment Bylaw 2025 number 3, after we do these other ones as a separate vote. So I will get Deputy Mayor Flores to do first reading of the remaining bylaws that I read out.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. We'll get situated here. All right. Okay, I move, seconded by Councillor Turnbull, that bylaws number 2025-90, 2025-91, 2025-92, and 2025-94 be read a first time.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, first reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do second reading of the bylaws?
All right, I move, seconded by Councillor Radens, that bylaws number 2025-90, 2025-91, 2025-92, and 2025-94 be read a second time.
Do any members of council have any questions for those 4 bylaws? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the second reading of the bylaws.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaws?
Yes, I move, seconded by Councillor Zakiniak, that bylaws number 2025-90, 2025-91, 2025-92, and 2025-94 go to third reading at this meeting.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Siklees? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously as required by law.
Okay, and Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do final reading of the bylaws?
Yes, I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaws number 2025-90, 2025-91, 2025-92, and 2025-94 be read a third time.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, third and final reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Thank you. One more, folks. We will now consider bylaw number 2025-93, the Regina Transit Fare Amendment Bylaw 2025 number 3. I'll ask Deputy Mayor Flores to do first reading of this bylaw.
I move, seconded by Councillor Rasevich, that bylaws number 2025-93 be introduced and read first time.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Which one can I say no to and not affect anything?
Through you, Mayor, first reading of the bylaw is carried in a vote of 9-2. Those members voting in favor as follows: Councillor Fro, Sickley, Spizo, Mancinelli, Burton, Radens, Flores, Brasovich, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those members voting against are Councillors Turnbull and Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do second reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Sickley, the bylaw number 2025-93 be read a second time.
Okay, do any members have any questions on this bylaw? Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Just for the sake of clarification, just if someone can, like for the benefit of anyone, of everyone, this bylaw is the increase to transit fares, correct?
Ms. Williams?
That's correct, through you, Mayor.
I just wanted to make that clear before we voted for everyone's benefit. Thank you.
Okay, with no more questions, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the second reading of the bylaws.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the bylaw is carried in a vote of 8-3. Those members voting in favor as follows: Councillor Fro, Sickley, Spizo, Mancinelli, Burton, Radens, Brasovich, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those voting against are Councillors Turnbull, Zakidniak, and Flores.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Flores, can you please do consent for third, please do consent for third reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Fro, the bylaw number 2025-93 go to third reading at this meeting.
Okay, I'll just ask Ms. Ackerman to explain this part here. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, I just wanted to point out for members, this is consent for third reading so that the bylaw can go to third and final reading at this meeting. If this vote does not receive unanimous consent to be read at this meeting, it will be held and not read until February. As such, I would ask that we call on the city solicitor to explain any potential implications.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the mayor. If the bylaw doesn't pass today, then these increases will not come into effect on January the 1st, which is the date that they are to come into effect now. As they have been approved as part of the budget and impact on the mill rate that has been approved, this will be a delay in collecting that revenue. So it'll be a couple of months of delay in collecting that revenue, and it would impact on the budget. So it would come out of out of the general reserve fund.
Do you have a point of clarification?
I do. In your original motion, it says April 1st. So when did it change to these fees coming into effect on January 1st? When I say your, I mean to the mayor.
Maybe ask Ms. Williams to clarify.
Through you, Mayor, I think my understanding was that some of the changes that were supposed to come into effect, I believe, were supposed to come into effect for January 1st, the increases, and if we've got that wrong, then that may be an error, but.
We'll double check that.
Sorry. I know some of,
okay.
through the mayor, I know some of the increases were expecting to come into effect on April the 1st, and those, as far as I understood it, were the traffic and the leisure fees.
Okay, we'll double check that right now and make sure we have it before we vote. Okay, well, let Ms. Ackerman. Okay.
Through you, Mayor, we just checked the decision, and yes, the main motion that the mayor brought forward was not amended to reflect the January 1st date as was thought. It indicates that the effective date for that 10% transit fare should be effective April 1st of 2026.
Okay, Mr. Nickel, go ahead.
If we can just get confirmation, we're at second reading of the bylaw now? Or it's third, this is the unanimous consent. I'm sorry, if this had been caught before, you could have amended it at second reading. Sorry.
Ms. Williams, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, we can pull the bylaw, we can bring it forward in February then, and it will come into effect on April 1st. And I confirmed with Mr. Doney that it should not actually have a negative impact, I believe. So it's fine. We can pull the bylaw at this point, and we can bring forward the bylaw again then in February with the other bylaws that are coming forward.
Okay, I'll just ask for a motion to withdraw this bylaw from this meeting. Councillor Fro, seconder. Councillor Radens, any opposed? And carried. We will bring this forward in February, this bylaw. And I'm just going to go to Mr. Nickel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to start by extending thanks to our administrative staff throughout the building. Countless hours have been put in by staff at all levels to bring forward the huge package of information that you've received over the past few days and weeks. Numbers, forecasts, options, and implications. I'd like to extend my appreciation to my colleagues on the executive leadership team. I would particularly like to flag for an incredible recognition and thanks to Darren and his team, Jeff, Trevor, and Charlene, who have put in yeoman's service to bring this to a conclusion this week. I'd also like to acknowledge Melissa Monroe, who is the executive assistant to both Amber and myself. She's been doing 2 roles since April 30th. She's been keeping the office of the city manager and the office of the city clerk running, particularly over the last hectic couple of weeks. I would like to acknowledge to council your continued confidence in us. We've had some bumps in the road, particularly over this budget process, but we were always open to changes to make the process better. And finally, I'd like to extend a sincere recognition, thanks, I don't know what else I can say, to Amber and Martha. This new process has sent some procedural curves. I can speak from 14 years' experience that sitting behind that desk during budget deliberations with motions and amendments flying and them getting information and emails and texts from 11 members of council, not to mention staff, and handling delegations, it is hectic beyond belief, and I salute the both of you. Thank you.
Well, I think that's a pretty pretty great way to come to conclusion. Thank you very much, Mr. Nicol, and thank you to all of administration for your support of us as council throughout this entire process. I know this has been long days. Everyone's tired. Everyone deserves a very, very well-deserved holiday break. So I hope you all have time with your families in the next couple of weeks here and take a little bit of time to yourselves. With that, keeping with tradition, can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Sicklez and a seconder. Councillor Rasevich. I'll call the question. Any opposed? And carried.